Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
I welcome all of you to this Gita recitation program. As we all know, today is Ekadashi. It is called Mokshda Ekadashi. And this is the day when Krishna had spoken Bhagavad Gita to Arjun. And this is the day when all of us should actually recite Bhagavad Gita. And it's so let us sit together and start with the first chapter, first flow. We will the process that we will follow. We will first recite all the shlok of chapter 1, and then we will start with the meaning of chapter 1 one by one. So whoever starts chapter 1 and then it follows the next one, it will go in circle, right? And then second chapter. This is how we will start. So Hare Krishna, let's start. धृतराष्ट्रुवाच धर्मक्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे समवेतायुत्सव मामकाः पाण्डवाश्चैव किम् अकुर्वत सञ्जय सञ्जय उवाच दृष्ट्वा तु पाण्डवानीकम् व्यूढम् दुर्योधनस्तदा आचार्यम् उपसङ्गम्य राजा वचनम् अब्रवीत् पश्यतां पाण्डुपुत्राणाम् आचार्य महतिं च मूं व्यूढां द्रुपदपुत्रेण तव शिष्येण धीमता अत्र शूरा महेश्वासा भीमार्जुन समायुधि युयुधानो विराटश्च द्रुपदश्च महारथ दृष्टकेतुश्च कीतान काशीराजश्च वीर्यवान् पुरुजित् कुन्तिभोजश्च शैब्यश्च नरपुङ्गवः युद्धामान्युश्च विक्रान्त उत्तमौजाश्च वीर्यवान् सौभद्रो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्व एव महारथा अस्माकं तु विशिष्टाये तान् निबोधयुत्तमम् नायका मम सैन्यस्य संज्ञार्थ तान् ब्रवीमि ते भवान् भीष्मश्च कर्णश्च कृपश्च समितिञ्जयः अश्वत्थामा विकर्णश्च सौमदत्तस्तथैव च अन्ये च बहवः शूरा मदर्थे त्यक्तजीवितः नानाशस्त्रपहरणा सर्वे युद्धविशारदाः अपर्याप्तं तदस्माकं बलं भीष्माभिरक्षितम् पर्याप्तं तु युद्धं मे तेषां बलं भीमाभिरक्षितम् अयनेषु च सर्वेषु यथा भागवमस्थितः भीष्ममेवाभिरक्षन्तु भवन्तः सर्व एव हि तस्य सञ्जन्य हर्षम् कुरु वृत्त पितामह सिंहनादं विनोद्यच्चै शङ्खं दग्धौ मे प्रतापवान् तदा शङ्खाशभैर्यश्च प्रणवान् ककोमुखा सहसैवाभ्यहन्यत् स शब्दस्तुमलोऽभवत् ततः श्वेतैर्यहेर्युक्ते महती सन्निधे स्थितौ माधवः पाण्डवाश्चैव दिव्यौ शङ्खोपदध्मतुः पाञ्चजन्य ऋषिकेशो देवदत्तं धनञ्जयः पौण्ड्रं दद्मौ महाशङ्खं भीमकर्मावृकोदरः अन्तविजयं राजा कुन्तिपुत्रो युधिष्ठिरः नकुलः सहदेवश्च सुघोषमणिपुष्पकौ काश्यश्च परमेश्वासः शिखण्डी च महारथः दृष्टदुम्नो विराटश्च सात्यकिश्चापराजितः द्रुपदो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्वश पृथिवीपते सौभद्रश्च महाबाहु शङ्खान् पृथक् पृथक् शोधात राष्ट्राणां हृदयानि व्यदारयत् नभश्च पृथिवीं चैव तुमुलोभ्य अनुनादयन् अथ व्यवस्थितान् दृष्ट्वा धातराष्ट्रान् कपिध्वजः प्रवृत्ते शस्त्रसम्पाते धनुरुद्यम्य पाण्डवः ऋषिकेशं तदा वाक्यम् इदम् आह महीपते अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये रथं स्थापयाम्यच्युत यावदेतानि निरीक्षेऽहम् योद्धुकामानवस्थितान् कैर्मया सह योद्धव्यम् अस्मिन् रणसमुद्यमे योत्स्यमानान्वेक्षेऽहम् य एतत्र समागतः धार्तराष्ट्रस्य दुर्बुद्धे युद्धे प्रियचिकीर्षवः सञ्जय एवमुक्तो ऋषिकेशो गुडाकेशेन भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापित्वा तथोत्तमम् भीष्मद्रोण प्रमुक्त सर्वेषां च महीक्षिताम् उवाच पार्थ पश्येतान् संवेतान् कुरुनिति तत्र पश्चात् स्थितान् पार्थ पितृनथ पितामहान् आचार्यन् मातुलान् भ्रातॄन् पुत्रान् पौत्रान् सखींस्तथा श्वशुरान् सुहृदिश्चैव सेनयोरुभयोरपि तान् समीक्ष्य स कौन्तेय सर्वान् बन्धूनवस्थितान् कृपया परयाविष्टो विषीदन्नितम् अब्रवीत् अर्जुन उवाच दृष्टवेमं स्वजनं युत्सुं समुपस्थितं सीदन्ति मम गात्राणि मुखं च परिशुष्यति तुश्च शरीरे मे रोमहर्षश्च जायते गाण्डीवं संस्ते हस्तात् तप्ते चैव परिद्यते न च शक्नोम्यवस्थातुं भ्रमतीव च मे मनः निमित्तानि च पश्यामि विपरीतानि केशव न च श्रेयो अनुपश्यामि हत्वा स्वजनमाहवे न काङ्क्षे विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च किं नो राज्येन गोविन्द किं भोगैर्जीवितेन वा येषाम् अर्थकाङ्क्षितं नो राज्यं भोगा सुखानि च त इमे अवस्थिता युद्धे प्राणास्त्यक्त्वा धनानि च आचार्याः पितरः पुत्रास् तथैव च पितामहा मातुला श्वशुरः पौत्रा श्यामा सम्बन्धिनस्तथा एतान् हन्तुमिच्छामि व्रतोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोक्यराजस्य हेतो किं नु मही कृते निहत्य धातराष्ट्रान् का प्रीति स्वजनार्दन मेवाश्रयेदस्मान् हत्वेतान् तान्यः तस्मान्नार्हं वयं हन्तुं धार्ष्ट्रान् सम्बन्धान् स्वजनं हि कथं हत्वा सुखिनः श्याम माधव यद्यप्येते न पश्यन्ति लोभोपहत चेतसः कुलक्षयः कृतं दोषं मित्रदोहे च पातकम् कथं न ज्ञेयमस्माभिः पापादस्मनिवर्तितुम् कुलक्षय कृतं दोषं प्रपश्यत् जनार्दनम् कुलक्षये प्रणश्यन्ति कुलधर्मा सनातनः धर्मे नष्टे कुलं कृत्स्नम् अधर्मोऽभिभवत्युत अधर्माभिभवात् कृष्ण प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलस्त्रिय स्त्रीषु दिष्टासु वार्ष्णेय जायते वर्णसङ्करः संकरो नरकायैव कुलानां कुलस्य च पतन्ति पितरो येषां लुप्तपिण्डोदकक्रिया दोषे रेते कुलानां वर्णसङ्करकारकैः उत्सादयन्ति जाति धर्मा कुलधर्मश्च शाश्वतः उत्सन कुलधर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दन नरके नियतं वासो भवतीत्यनुशुश्रुम् अहो गतमहत् पापं कर्तुं व्यवसिता वयं यद्राजेय सुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनम् उद्यता यदि मां प्रतिकारम् अशस्त्रं शस्त्रपाणयः धार्तराष्ट्रारणे हन्युस्तन्मे क्षेमतरं भवेत् सञ्जय उवाच एवं मुक्त्वा हि शिष्ये रथोपस्थ उपाविशत् विसृज्य शशरं चापं शोकसंविघ्नमानस हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. Translation.
Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjay, after my sons and sons of Pandu assembled in the place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra, deciding to fight, what did they do?
Sanjaya said, O king, after looking over the army arranged in military formation by the sons of Pandu, King Duryodhana went to his teacher and spoke the following words.
Third shlok meaning. Third shlok meaning. Fourth. Yeah, you read.
Here in this army are many heroic women, equal in fighting to Bhima and Arjuna. Great fighters like Yudhana, Virata, and Drupada.
There are also great, heroic, powerful fighters like Dhritarashtra, Sikirtana, Kasiraja, Purudu, Kunti Boja, and Saitha.
They are the mighty Yuddha Manu, the very powerful Uttamanuja, the son of Subhadra and the son of Draupadi. All these warriors are great chariot fighters.
Meenakshi.
But for your information, O best of Brahmanas, let me tell you about the captains who are especially qualified to lead my military force.
There are many other heroes who are.
There are personalities like.
Eight.
Eight. There are personalities like you, Bhishma, Karna, Kripa, Ashwathama, Vikarna, and the son of Somadatta called Bhurishrava, who are always victorious in battle.
There are many other heroes who are prepared to lay down their lives for my sake. All of them are well equipped with different kinds of weapons and all are experienced in military science.
Our strength is immeasurable and we are perfectly protected by grandfather Bhishma, whereas the strength of the Pandavas, carefully protected by Bhim, is limited.
Text 11. All of you must now give full support to grandfather Bhima as you stand at your respective strategic points of entrance into the phalanx of the army.
Then Bhishma, the great, valiant grandsire of Kuru dynasty, the grandfather of fighters, blew his conch shell very loudly, making a sound like a roar of a lion, giving Duryodhana joy.
What is it?
On the other side, both Lord Krishna and Arjuna, stationed on a great chariot, drawn by white horses, sounded their transitory conch shells.
Lord Krishna blew his conch shell called Panchaganya, Arjuna wielded the Devadatta, and Bhima the voracious eater, the performer of the Herculean task, blew his terrific conch shell called Paudra.
King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, blew his conch shell. The Ananta Vijaya and the Nakula and Sahadeva blew their Subhota and Mandu Pushpaka. The great archer of the king of Kashi, the great fighter Shikandi, Jumna, Virata, the unconquerable Satyaki, Drupada, the sons of Draupadi, and the other four kings, such as the mighty arms and Vajra, all blew their respective conches. Very clear.
The blowing of these different conches became uproarious, vibrating both in the sky and on the earth. It shattered the hearts of the son of Dhritarashtra.
At that time, Arjuna, the son of Pandu, seated in the chariot, bearing the flag marked with Hanuman, took up his bow and prepared to shoot his arrow. O king, after looking at the sons of Dhritarashtra, drawn his military array, Arjuna then spoke to Lord Krishna these words.
Mataji.
Arjuna said, O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies so that I may see those present here who desire to fight and with whom I must contend in this great trial of arms.
Let me see those who have come here to fight, wishing to please the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra.
Sanjay said, O
Mataji.
descendant of
Mataji.
Bharat, having thus been addressed by Arjun, Lord Krishna drew up the fine chariot in the midst of the armies of both parties.
In the presence of Bhishma, Drona, and all the other chieftains of the world, the Lord said, just behold, Partha, all the crews assembled here.
There Arjuna could see within the midst of the armies of both parties his fathers, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, friends, and also his fathers-in-law and well-wishers.
When the son of Kunti, Arjuna, saw all these different grades of friends and relatives, he became overwhelmed with compassion and spoke thus.
Arjuna said, my dear Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives for me in such mighty spirit, I feel the limbs of my body quivering and my mouth raised up.
My whole body is trembling, my hair is standing on end, my bow and devar is slipping from my hand and my skin is burning.
I am now unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself and my mind is reeling. I see only causes of misfortune, O Krishna, killer of the Kesi demons.
I did not see how any good can come from killing my own kinsmen. In this valley, nor can I, my dear Krishna, desire any subsequent victory, kingdom or happiness. Hare Krishna.
O Govinda, of what avail to us are a kingdom, happiness, or even life itself, when all those for whom we may desire, then are now arrayed on this battlefield. O Madhusudana, when teachers, fathers, sons, grandfathers, maternal, uncle, father-in-law, grandson, brother-in-law, and other relatives are ready to give up their lives and properties and are standing before me. Why should I wish to kill them, even though they might otherwise kill me? O maintainer of all living entities, I am not prepared to fight with them, even in exchange for the three worlds. Let alone this earth. What pleasure will we derive from killing the sons of Dhritarashtra?
Sin will overcome us and slay such aggressors. Therefore, it is not proper for us to kill the sons of Dhritarashtra and our friends. What should we gain, O Krishna, husband of the goddess of fortune? And how could we be happy by killing our own kinsmen?
O Janardhana, although these men, their hearts overtaken by greed, see no fault in killing one's family or quarreling with friends, why should we? Who can see the crime in destroying a family, engaged in these acts of sin?
With the destruction of the dynasty, the eternal family tradition is vanquished, and thus the rest of the family becomes involved in irreligion.
When irreligion is prominent in the family, O Krishna, the women of the family become polluted, and from the degradation of womanhood, O descendant of Vrishni, comes unwanted progeny.
An increase of unwanted population certainly causes hellish life, both for the family and for those who destroy the family tradition. The ancestors of such corrupt families fall down. because the performance for offering them food and water are entirely stopped.
By the evil deeds of those who destroy the family tradition and thus give rise to unwanted children, all kinds of community projects and family welfare activities are devastated.
O Krishna, maintainer of the people, I have heard by disciplic succession that those who destroy family traditions dwell always in hell.
Better for me if the sons of Dhritarashtra, weapons in hand, were to kill me unarmed and unresisting on the battlefield.
Sanjaya said, Arjuna, having thus spoken on the battlefield, cast aside his bow and arrows and sat down on the chariot, his mind overwhelmed with grief.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Chapter 2, Contents of Gita summarized. Text 1. Sanjay Uvacha Tam Tatha Kripaya Vishtam Ashrupurna Kulekshanam Vishidantamidam Vakyam Uvacha Madhusudana Shri Bhagavanuvacha Utastvam Kashmanamidam Vishve Samupasthitam Anayajishtam Swargam Akirtim Arjuna Klebyam Masmadama Partha Netadva Upapadyate Shudram Hridaya Daurbalyam Tattva Uttishta Parantapa Arjuna Vacha Katham Bhishmaham Sankhe Dronam Cha Madhusudana Ishumi Pratiyotsyami Jahari Sudana Guru Hatva Hi Mahanubhavan Shreyo Bhokam Bhakshyam Avihaloke Hatva Kamastu Guru Nihaiva Bhunjiya Bhogan Rudirpadigdhan Na Chaitadvidvahakatanu Gariyo Yadvajayim Yadivyajajayu Yane Mahatmana Jijivishamas Te Avastita Pramukhe Ghataraksha Karpanya Dosho Pahatsvabhava Vichami Tvam Dharma Sammuna Cheta Yadsheyasya Nishchitam Bruhi Tanme Shishyasteham Shadi Mam Tvam Prapanna Nahi Prapashyami Mamanubuddhyat Yajjotamucchonam Viryanam Avapya Bhumam Sarvadharmiddham Rajam Suranam Vicharagipadyam Sanjay Vacha Eva Muktva Nishikesham Gurakesha Parantapa Nayotsya Iti Govindam Uttva Tu Shri Bhagavaha Tanavacha Nishikesha Prahasaniva Bharata Senayorupayon Madhe Vishidantamidam Vacha Shri Bhagavanu Ashochananavachastvam Pragyavadasya Bhashase Gata Suragata Sunscha Nadushocanti Pandita Nate Vaham Jatu Nasam Natvam Neme Janadipa Nate Vanavishyama Sarve Vayamata Param Dehina Vihyatha Dehe Kaumaram Yovanam Jara तथा देहांतर प्राप्तिर धीरस्तत्र न मुह्यति मात्रा स्पर्शास्तु कौन्तेय शीतोष्ण सुख दुःखदा आगमापायुः नित्या तां प्रतीक्षस्व भारत यं हि न व्यथयन्त्येते पुरुषं पुरुषर्षभ सम दुःख सुखं धीरं सोऽमृत्वा कल्पते नासतो विद्यते भावो नाभावो विद्यते सतः उभयोरपि दृष्टोऽन्तस् त्वन्योस्तत्त्वदर्शिभिः अविनाशी तु तद्विद्धि येन सर्वं इदं ततं विनाशमव्ययस्यास्य न कश्चित् कर्तुमर्हति अन्तवन्तः मे देहा नित्यस्योक्ता शरीरिणः अनाशिनो अप्रेमेस्य तस्माद्युद्धस्व भारत यदेयमेति हन्तारम् यश्चैनं मन्यते हतम् उभौ तौ न विजानीतो नायं हन्ति न हन्यते न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचित् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयात् अजो नित्य शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वेदा विनाशिनं नित्यं य एनं भजमव्ययम् कथं स पुरुष पार्थ कं घातयति हन्तिकम् वासांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृहाति नरोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णान् अन्यान्यवानि देहि नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावकः न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोषयति मारुतः अच्छेद्योऽयम् अदम्योऽयम् अक्लेदो शोष एव च नित्यं सर्वगता साधु अचलोऽयं सनातनः अव्यक्तोऽयम् अचिन्त्योऽयम् अविकार्योऽयं युज्यते तस्मादेवं विदित्वैनं नानुशोचितुमर्हसि अथ चैनं नित्यजातं नित्यं वा मन्यसे मृतम् तथापि त्वं महाबाहो नैनं शोचितुमर्हसि जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्युर्ध्रुवं जन्म मृतस्य च तस्मात् परिहायर्थे न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्तानि भारत अव्यक्तानि धनाङ्गेन तत्र का परिदेवना आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवत् वदति तथैव चान्यः आश्चर्यवत् वचैनं मन्यं शृणोति श्रुत्वा प्रेण वेद न चैव कश्चित् देहि नित्यम् अवधूतं देहे सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि स्वाधीनमपि चावेक्ष्य न विकम्पितुमर्हसि धर्मादीसाक्षेयो अन्यक्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते यदृच्छया चोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारम् अपावृतं सुखिनः क्षत्रिया पार्थ लभन्ते युद्धमीदृशम् अथ चेतमिमं धर्म्यं संग्रामं न करिष्यसि ततः स्वधर्मं कीर्तिं च हित्वा पापमवाप्स्यसि अकीर्तिभावि भूतानि करिष्यन्ति ते अव्ययाम् सम्भावितस्य च कीर्तिं वर्णादितिरुच्यते मस्यन्ते त्वां महारथाः येषां च त्वं बहुमतो भूत्वा यास्यसि लाघवम् अवाच्य वादांश बहून् वदिष्यन्ति तवाहिताः निन्दन्तस्तव सामर्थ्य ततो दुःखतरं नु किम् वाप्स्यसि स्वर्गं जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महिम् तस्मादुत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृतनिश्चयः सुख दुःखे समे कृत्वा लाभालाभो जयाजयो ततो युद्धाय युज्यस्व नैवं पापमवाप्स्यसि एषा ते विहिता साङ्ख्ये बुद्धिर्योगे तु मां शृणु बुद्ध्या युक्तो यया पार्थ कर्मबन्धं प्रहास्यसि नेहाभिक्रमणाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमपस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भयात् व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिरेकेह कुरु नन्दन बहुशाखायनन्ताश्च बुद्धयो व्यवसायनाम् यामिमां पुष्पितां वाचं प्रवदन्त्य विपक्षितः वेदवादरतः पार्थ नान्यदस्तीति वादिनः कामात्मान स्वर्गपरा जन्म कर्म फलप्रदां क्रिया विशेष बहुलां भोगैश्वर्य गतिं प्रति भोगैश्वर्य प्रवृत्तानां तया प्रवृत्तचेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धि समाधौ न विधीयते त्रैगुण्य विषया वेदा निस्त्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुन निर्बन्धो नित्यसत्त्वस्तो निर्योगक्षेम आत्मवान् यावान् अर्थबुद्धाने सर्वतः सम्प्लुप्तोते तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणस्याभिधानतः कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफलहेतुर्भुः मा ते सङ्गोऽस्त्वकर्मणि योगस्थः कुरु कर्माणि सङ्गत्यक्ता धनञ्जय योगमुच्यते दूरेण ह्यवरं कर्म बुद्धियोगा धनञ्जय बुद्धौ शरणमन्विष्य कृपणा फलहेतवः बुद्धियुक्तो जहातीह उभे सुकृत दुष्कृते तस्मात् योगाय युज्यस्व योगकर्मसु कौशलम् कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्ता मनीषिणः जन्मबन्धा विनिर्मुक्ताः पदं ते मोहकलिलं बुद्धिर्व्यतितरिष्यति तदा दन्तस्य निर्वेदं श्रोतवस्य श्रुतस्य च प्रतिपन्ना ते यदा स्थास्यति निश्चला समाधावचला बुद्धिः तदा योगमवाप्स्यसि अर्जुनवाच स्थितप्रज्ञस्य का भाषा समाधिस्तस्व केशव स्थितिं किं प्रभातेत किमासीत वदेत किम् श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रजहाति यदा कामान् सर्वान् पार्थ मनोगतान् आत्मन्येवात्मना तुष्टः स्थितप्रज्ञस्ततो चेत् दुःखेष्वनुविग्रह्मन् सुखेषु विगतस्पृहः वीतरागभयक्रोधः स्थितिर्मुनिरुच्यते यः सर्वत्रान्मभीष्टेन तस्तत्राप्य शुभाशुभम् नाभिनन्दन्ति न द्वेष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यदा संहरते चायं उन्मोदानीव सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यः तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता विषया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहारस्य देहिनः रसवर्जनरसोऽप्यस्य परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते यततोऽन्यपि कौन्तेय वृक्षस्य विपश्चितः इन्द्रियाणि प्रमाथीनि हरति प्रसन्नः सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्तः वक्ते यस्येन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठितः ध्यायतो विषयान् पुंसः सङ्गस्तेषुपजायते सङ्गात् सञ्जायते कामः कामात् क्रोधो विजायते क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहः सम्मोहात् स्मृतिविभ्रमः स्मृतिभ्रंशात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनाशात् प्रणश्यति रागद्वेषः विमुक्तिस्तु विषयानिन्द्रियैश्चरन् आत्मवश्यैर्विधेयात्मा प्रसादमधिगच्छति प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हानिरस्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसो नाशु बुद्धिः परिवर्तिष्ठते नास्ति बुद्धियुक्तस्य च युक्तस्य भावना नाशान्ति अशान्तस्य सुखम् इन्द्रियाणानि चरतां यन्मनो अनुविधीयते तदस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुर्नाम विभावसि तस्मादस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यः तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता या निशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागति संयमी यस्यां जागति भूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुनेः आपूर्यमाणामचलं प्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमापं पश्यन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामान् यत् पश्यति सर्वे स शान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी विहाय कामान्य सर्वान् पुमांश्चरति निष्क्रियः निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः Sasantimani gacchati, Esham Brahmi Sita Partha, Nainam Prapya Vimuyati, Siddhapya Svantakalepi, Brahma Nirvana Vrichati, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So we'll go to the meaning of text 1 now. Text chapter 2, text 1. Sanjay said, seeing Arjun full of compassion, his mind depressed, his eyes full of tears, Madhusudan Krishna spoke the following words.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not at all befitting a man who knows the value of life. They lead not to higher planets, but to infamy.
O son of Pratha, do not yield to this degrading impotence. It does not become you. Give up such petty weakness of heart and arise, O chastiser of enemy.
It would be better to live in this world by begging than to live at the cost of the life of great souls who are my teachers. Even though desiring worldly gain, they are superiors. If they are killed, everything we enjoy will be tainted with blood.
Nor do we know which is better, conquering them or being conquered by them. If we kill the sons of Dhritarashtra, we should not care to live. Yet they are now standing before us on the battlefield.
Now I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of miserly weakness. In this condition, I am asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me.
I can find no means to drive away this grief, which is drying up my senses. I will not be able to dispel it, even if I live in a prosperous, revealed kingdom on earth with sovereignty, like the demigods in heaven.
Next time.
Sanjaya said, having spoken this, Arjuna chastiser of enemies told Krishna, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent.
O descendant of Bharata, at that time, Krishna, smiling in the midst of both the armies, spoke the following words to the grief-stricken Arjuna.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, while speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those four wise laments neither for the living nor for the dead.
Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be.
As the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not thrilled by such a change.
O son of Kunti, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress, and their disappearance in due course, are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer season. They arise from sense perception, O skin of Bharat, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed.
O best among men, the person who is not disturbed by happiness and distress and is steady in both is certainly eligible for liberation.
Those who are seers of truth have concluded that of the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of the eternal, the soul, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of truth.
That which pervades the entire body, you should know to be indestructible. No one is able to destroy the imperishable soul.
neither he who thinks the living entity, the slayer, nor he who thinks it slain is in knowledge. For the self slays, not nor is slain.
For the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. He has not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. He is unborn, eternal, ever existing, and revealed. He is not slain when the body is slain.
O Kata, how can a person who knows that the soul is indestructible, eternal, unborn, and immutable kill anyone or cause anyone to kill?
The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind.
This individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble, and can be neither burned nor dried. He is everlasting, present everywhere, unchangeable, immovable, and eternally the same.
It is said that the soul is invisible, inconceivable, and immutable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body.
If, however, you think that the soul or the symptoms of life will always be born and die forever, you still have no reason to lament,
27.
O mighty armed.
One who has taken birth is sure to die, and after death, one is sure to take birth again. Therefore, in the unavoidable discharge of your duty, you should not lament.
All created beings are unmanifest in their beginning, manifest in their interim state, and unmanifest again when annihilated. So, what need is there for lamentation?
Some look on the soul as amazing, some describe him as amazing, and some hear of him as amazing, while others, even after hearing about him, cannot understand him at all.
O descendants of earth, he who dwells in the body can never be slain. Therefore, you need not grieve for any living being.
Considering your specific duty as a Kshatriya, you should know that there is no better engagement for you than fighting on religious principles, and so there is no need for hesitation.
Fighting opportunities come out unsought, opening for many the growth of
If, however, you do not perform your religious duty of fighting, then you will certainly incur sins for neglecting your duties and thus lose your reputation as a fighter.
People will always speak of your infamy, and for a respectable person, this honor is worse than death.
The great generals who have highly esteemed your name and fame will think that you have left the battlefield out of fear only, and thus they will consider you insignificant.
Your enemies will describe you as only unkind words and scorn your beliefs. What would be more painful for them?
O son of Kunti, either you will be killed on the battlefield and attain the heavenly planets, or you will conquer and enjoy the earthly kingdom. Therefore, get up the determination and fight.
Those who fight for the sake of fighting without considering happiness and death, loss or gain, victory or defeat, and by so doing, you shall never incur sin.
Thus far, I have described this knowledge to you, though analytical study. Now listen as I explain it in terms of working without intuitive reason. O son of Rudha, when you act in such knowledge, you can free yourself from the bondage of works.
In this endeavor, where there is no loss or diminution, and a little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous type of hell.
Those who are on this path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one. O beloved child of the Gurus, the intelligence of those who are irresolute is many branched.
Men of small knowledge are very much attracted to the flowery words of the Vedas, which recommend various fruitive activities for elevation to heavenly planets, resultant good birth, power, and so forth. Being desirous of sense gratification and opulent life, they say that there is nothing more than this.
In the minds of those who are too attached to sense enjoyment and material opulence, and who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination for devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place.
The Vedas deal mainly with the subject of the three modes of material nature. So Arjuna, become transcendental to these three modes. Be free from all dualities and from all anxieties for gain and safety, and be established in the sun.
If all purposes served by a small well can at once be served by a great reservoir of water. Similarly, all the purposes of the Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them.
You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. Perform your duty with your voice, avoiding all your judgment. Such is manifestation of the yoga.
O Dhananjaya, keep all abominable activities far distant by devotional service, and in that consciousness surrender unto the Lord. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their work are misers.
A man engaged in devotional service rids himself of both good and bad reactions given in his life. Therefore, strive for yoga, which is the art of all work.
By thus engaging in a devotional service to the Lord, great sages or devotees free themselves from the results of work in the material world. In this way, they become free from the cycle of birth and death and attain the state beyond all mistakes by going back to Godhead.
When your intelligence has charged out of the harvest of division, you shall become indifferent to all that has been and all that is to be heard.
When your mind is no longer disturbed by the flubbery language of the Vedas, and when it remains fixed in the terrains of self-realization, then you will have attained the divine consciousness.
Arjuna said, O Krishna, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is thus merged in transcendence? How does he speak and what is his language? How does he sit and how does he
जमीन
walk?
पे मत बैठिए.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Partha, when a man gives up all varieties of desire for sense gratification, which arises from mental concoction, and when his mind, thus purified, finds satisfaction in the self alone, then he is said to be in pure transcendental consciousness.
One who is not disturbed in mind, even amidst the threefold miseries, or elated when there is happiness, and one who is free from attachment, fear, and anger, is called a sage of steady mind.
In the material world, one who is unaffected by whatever good or evil he may obtain, neither praising it nor despising it, is firmly fixed in perfect knowledge.
257 up to
One who is able to withdraw his senses from sense objects, as the tortoise draws its limbs within the shell, is firmly fixed in perfect consciousness.
259. Though the embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment, the taste for sense objects remain. But ceasing such engagements by experiencing a higher taste, he is fixed in consciousness.
The senses are so strong and impetuous, O Arjuna, that they forcibly carry away the mind, even of a man of discrimination who is endeavoring to control him.
One who restrains his senses, keeping them under full control, and fixes his consciousness
Page
upon
133. Page 133.
the senses are so strong and impetuous.
No,
That's something.
No, no,
I was reading.
I was reading.
Oh, sorry.
They are trying to locate.
Okay, one who restrains his senses, keeping them under full control and fixes his consciousness upon me, is known as a man of steady intelligence.
While contemplating the objects of senses, a person develops attachment for them, and from such attachment, lust develops, and from lust, anger arises.
Person free from all attachment and aversion and able to control his senses through regulative principles of freedom can obtain the complete mercy of the Lord.
For one thus satisfied in Krishna conscious, the threefold miseries of material existence exist no longer. In such satisfied consciousness, one's intelligence is soon well established.
One who is not connected with the supreme in Krishna consciousness can have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind. Without it, there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace?
As a strong wind sweeps away a boat on the water, even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's intelligence.
Therefore, who might be armed, one who senses are reasonable from their objects, is certainly of very intelligence.
What is night for all beings is the time of awaking for the self-control. And the time of awaking for all the beings is night for night the introspective sage.
A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires, but enter like rivers into ocean, which is ever being filled, but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desires.
A person who has given up all desire for sense gratification, who lives free from desire, who has given up all sense of progressive, and he is devoid of false ego, he alone can attain real peace.
That is the way of the spiritual and godly life, after attaining which one is not divided. If one is thus situated even at the hour of death, one can enter into the kingdom of God.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 3, Karma Yoga.
Arjuna Vacha Jayasi Cheta Karmaste Mata Buddhi Janardana Takim Karmani Gopema Deo Jasi Keshava Vyamishereva Vakyena Buddhim Moyasi Rime Tadekam Vyatati Yena Shreya Shri Bhagavanuvacha Loke Asmin Vidhamishta Prokta Maya Yadham Jnana Yogena Sankhayam Karma Yogena Yoginam Na Karmanam Har Nishkalyam Purushoshnude Na Cha Sanyasa Deva Siddhim Samadhi Gacchati Nahi Kaschin Kshanamaphi Jatu Tishtanya Karma Karyate Navasham Karma Sarvamyat Nirganai Karmendriyanam Yamya Yase Manasasmaran Indriyadhani Mudhatma Mithyachara Sauchate Yasmridiyani Manasa Niyamyavate Juna Karendriye Karma Yogam Asakta Shishyate Niyatam Guru Karmakam Karmajayo Karmana Sharira Yatra Vichadena Nasitya Karmana Yadala Karmano Yatra Lokoyam Karma Bandhana Tagadham Karma Kondeya Mukta Sangha Samachara Samayagya Vishwa Guru Vacha Prajapati Anena Vasishad Madhyavishwamidakamandu Devan Bhavayatadena Deva Bhavayantu Vaha Parasparam Bhavayantah Shreya Bhavyastha Ishana Bholiho Deva Dasayate Yagya Bhavita Taidartanavadaye Yogyo Yukute Sena Evasa Yagashishtachina Santo Muchyate Sarva Kilbishai Bunchate Vikarunapa Ye Padanyama Karana अन्नात् भवति भूतानि पर्जन्यादन्न सम्भवः यज्ञात् भवति पर्जन्यो यज्ञात् कर्म समुद्भवः कर्म ब्रह्मोद्भवं विद्धि ब्रह्माक्षर समुद्भवम् तस्मात् सर्वगतं ब्रह्म नित्यं यज्ञे प्रतिष्ठितम् एवं प्रवर्तितं चक्रम् नानुवर्तयति ह्यः आयुरिन्द्रियारामो मोक्षं पार्थ स जीवति यस्मात् आत्मतृप्तश्च मानवः आत्मन्येव च सन्तुष्टः तस्य कार्यं न विद्यते नैव तस्य कृते नार्थो नाकृतेनेह कश्चन न चायं सर्वभूतेषु कश्चित् कर्तव्याश्रयः तस्मादसक्त सततं कार्यं कर्म समाचरः असक्तो ह्याचरं कर्म परमाप्नोति पुरुषः कर्मणैव हि संसिद्धिम् अस्थिता जनकादयः लोकसङ्ग्रमेवापि सम्पश्यन् प्राणुमर्हसि यद्यदायतिशेषतः तदेव नरोजना यत् प्रमाणं कुरुते लोकस्तदनुवर्तते न मे पाठास्ति कर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किञ्चन नानवाप्तं वक्तव्यं वर्त एव च कर्मणि यदि ह्याहं न विधेयं जातु कर्मण्यतन्त्रितः मम वर्तनुवर्तन्ते मनुष्यापाद सर्वशः उत्सीदेयुर्विवेकुः न कुर्यां कर्म चेदहं शङ्करस्य च भाष्यम् वहन्यामि प्रजाः सक्ता कर्मण्य विद्वांसो यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्याद्विदां तथा सक्तः चिकीर्षो लोकसङ्ग्रहम् न बुद्धिर्भेदं जनयेद नायं कर्म सङ्गिनाम् जोषेत सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्तः समाचरन् प्रकृते क्रियमाणानि गुणै कर्माणि सर्वशः अहङ्कारं विमूढात्मा कर्ताहम् मन्यते तद्वदु महाबाहो गुणकर्म विभागयो गुणा गुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मत्वा न सज्जते प्रकृते गुणसम्मूढा सज्जन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् पृच्छामि यो मन्दान् पृच्छाम्यहं चालये मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यस्यात्मचेतसा निराकीर्णमो भूत्वा युद्धस्व विगतज्वरः ये मे मतं यदं दिव्याम् अनुष्ठिष्यन्ति मानवाः श्रद्धावन्तो मनसूयन्तो मुच्यन्ते तेऽपि कर्मभिः ये ते मतं व्यसूयन्तो नानुतिष्ठन्ति मे मतम् सर्वज्ञानविमूढास्तान् विधिरचानचेतसः सर्वशक्तेष्टते सस्याः प्रकृते ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतिं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रहः किं करिष्यसि इन्द्रियास्यार्थे रागदेशो व्यवस्थितौ तयोर्नावशमान् गच्छेतौ यस्य परिपन्थिनौ श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मान् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वधर्मं श्रेयः परधर्मो भयावहः अन्यवाच अथ एतावद्योगुणं पापं चरति पुरुषः अनर्थनाभिवर्तेय बलादेव नियोजितः श्रीभगवानुवाच काम एष क्रोध एष रजोगुणः समुद्भवः महाशनो महापापः विधेयं धूमेनाव्रियते भाले यथा दर्शो मलेन च यथोरमेनानगतो गर्भस्तथा तेनावृतम् आवृतं ज्ञानभेदेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पूरेणानिलेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनो बुद्धिर्यदामुच्यते एते विमोह्य येष ज्ञानमावृत्य देहिनम् तस्मादमुन्द्रियाणां निर्यमोहतर्षभ पापानं प्रतिहीनम् ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम् इन्द्रियाणि प्राण्याहुः इन्द्रियेभ्यः परं मनः मनस्तु परा बुद्धिः बुद्धेः परतस्तु यः एवं बुद्धे परं बुद्ध्वा संस्तभ्यात्मानमात्मना जने शत्रुं महाबाहो कामरूपं दुरासदम् हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Arjuna said, "O Janardana, O Keshava, why do you want to engage me in this ghastly warfare? If you think that intelligence is better than to live work."
My intelligence is bewildered by your equivocal instructions. Therefore, please tell me decisively which will be most beneficial for me.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead says, O sinless Arjuna, I have already explained that there are two classes of men who try to realize the self. Some are inclined to understand it by empirical, philosophical speculation, others by devotional service.
Not merely understanding me. From one can one achieve freedom from the action, nor my renunciation alone can one attain perfection.
Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment.
One who restrains the sense of action, but whose mind dwells on sense objects certainly, deludes himself and is called a pretender.
On the other hand, if a sincere person tries to control the active senses by the mind and reveals Karma Yoga in Krishna consciousness without attachment, he is by far superior.
Perform your prescribed duty. For doing so is better than not working. One cannot even maintain one's physical body without work.
Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed, otherwise work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you will always remain equally one.
In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generation of men and demigods along with sacrifices for Vishnu and blessed them by saying, "Be thou happy by this sacred yajna, because its performance will bestow upon you everything desirable for living happily and achieving liberation."
In charge of the various necessities of life, the demigods being satisfied by the performance of yajna, sacrifice will supply all necessities to you. But the
Text 11.
The demigods being pleased.
The demigods being pleased by sacrifice will also please you, and thus the by corporation beauty men and demigods prosperity will rejoice for all.
In charge of the various necessities of life, the demigod, being satisfied by the performance of the sacrifice, will supply all necessities to you. But he who enjoys such gifts without offering them to the demigod in return is certainly a thief.
The devotees of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others who prepare food for for personal sense enjoyment verily eat only sin.
All living bodies subsist on rains, which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by performance of yajna, sacrifice, and yajna is born with prescribed duties.
Regulated activities are prescribed in the Vedas, and the Vedas are directly manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Consequently, all the pervading transcendence is eternally situated in acts of sacrifice.
My dear Arjun, one who does not follow in human life the cycle of sacrifice, thus established by the Vedas, certainly leads a life full of sin. Living only for the satisfaction of the senses, such a person lives the
But for one who takes pleasure in the self, whose human life is only for self-realization, and who is satisfied in the self only, fully satiated. For him, there is no duty.
A self-realized man has no purpose to fulfill in the discharge of his prescribed duties, nor has he any reason not to perform such work, nor has he any need to depend on any other living being.
Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activities, one should act as a matter duty, or by working without attachment, one attains the supreme.
Kings such as Janaka attained perfection solely by performance of prescribed duty. Therefore, just for the sake of educating people in daily, you should perform your work.
Whatever actions a great man performs, common men follow. And whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world
Lord, if I ever fail to engage in carefully performing prescribed duties, O Partha, certainly all men would follow my path.
If I did not perform prescribed duties, all these worlds would be put to regulation. I would be the cause of creating unwanted population, and I would thereby destroy the peace of all living beings.
As the ignorant perform their duties with attachment to God, the learned may similarly act, but without attachment, for the sake of leading people to
So as not to disrupt the minds of ignorant men attached to the fruitive results of prescribed duties, a learned person should not induce them to stop work. Rather, by working in the spirit of devotion, he should engage them in all sorts of activities for the gradual development of Krishna consciousness.
The spirit soul divided by the influence of God's ego, thinks itself the doer of activities, actually carried out by the three modes of materialism.
The one who is in knowledge, one who is in knowledge of absolute truth, Almighty Arm does not engage himself in the senses and sense gratification, knowing well the difference between work in devotion and work for fruitive results.
Bewildered by the modes of material nature, the ignorant fully engage themselves in material activities and become happy. But the wise should not unsettle themselves. These duties are inferior due to the performer lack of knowledge.
Text 30. हाँ आप बोलिए.
Therefore, O Arjuna, surrendering all your work unto me, with full knowledge of me, without desire for profit, with no claims to property, and free from lethargic fight.
Those persons who execute their duties according to my intentions and who follow the teaching faithfully without envy become free from the bondage of fruitive action.
But those who, out of envy, disregard these teachings and do not follow them regularly are to be considered bereft of all knowledge, befooled and ruined in their endeavors for perfection.
Even a man of knowledge acts according to his own nature, for everyone follows the nature he has acquired from the three modes. What can repression accomplish?
There are principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization.
It is far better to discharge one's prescribed duty, even though faultily, than another's duties perfectly. Destruction in the course of performing one's own duty is better than engaging in another's duties. For to follow another's path is dangerous. Avi, तुम्हारा Arjun said. 36.
Arjun said, O descendant of Vrishni, by what is one impelled to sinful acts, even unwillingly, as if engaged by force.
The Supreme Personality of God itself. It is lust only, which is born of a contact with the material mode of passion and later transformed into wrath, which is the all-devouring sinful enemy of this world.
As fire is covered by smoke, as a mirror is covered by dust, or as the embryo is covered by the womb, the living entity is similarly covered by different degrees of this lust.
Thus, the wise living entity's pure consciousness becomes covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied and which burns like fire.
The mind and the little themselves of his lust. To them, the lust covers the real knowledge of the living, whatever that is.
Therefore, O Arjuna, best of the Bharatas, in the very beginning, curb this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses, and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization.
The working senses are superior to dull matter. Mind is higher than the senses. Intelligence is still higher than the mind, and he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence.
Most persons to be transcendental to the material senses, mind and intelligence, who must be on the not one should study with a mind by deliberate spiritual intelligence, Krishna consciousness, and thus by spiritual strength conquer the inseparable known as lust.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 4, Transcendental Knowledge. Shri
Bhagavan
Bhagavan
Evam Vispate Yogam Sarvayam Vismanamanavegraha Manulikshangavabravit Evam Paraspara Praptim Imam Rajarshayo Viduhu Sakalidena Mahata Yogena Shravanantava Evayam Manateja Yoga Proka Puratanaha Bhakto Vasile Sakhateti Rahasyam Veduruttamam Arjuna Vacha Aparam Bhavato Janma Param Janma Vivasvatam Vedat Vijaniyam Bhagavato Bhagavati Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Bahuni Devyatitani Janmani Tavacharjuna Tanyaham Veda Sarvani Nagam Veda Parantapa Ado Apichanavyavatma Bhutanam Vishwaropi San Prakriti Vishwamadishaya Sambhavami Atmamayaya Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya Jnanirbhavati Bharata Abhyutthana Dharmasya Tadatmanam Shajamyaham Paritranaya Sadhunam Vinashaya Chadushkritam Dharma Sansthapanataya Sambhavami Yuge Yuge Dharma Karma Cha Me Divyam Evam Yo Veti Tatvatah Yatva Deham Punarjanma Naiti Mameti Sodhana Vita Prema Krodha Manaya Pachita Jnana Bhagata ये यदा मां प्रपद्यन्ते तां तथैव भजाम्यहम् मम वर्धन्ते मनुष्याः सर्वशः काङ्क्षतः कर्मणां सिद्धिं यजन्त इह देवता क्षिप्रं हि मानुषे लोके सिद्धिर्भवति कर्मजा चतुर्वर्ण्यं मया शिष्टं गुणकर्म विभागशः तस्य कर्तारमपि मां विधेयकर्मव्ययम् नमः कर्माणि लिम्पति नामे कर्मफले स्पृहा इति मां योऽभिजानाति कर्मवृन्दमपद्यते एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म उभयैरपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मैव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वै पूर्वतरं कृतं किं कर्म किं करोमि कर्मोऽभितः तत्ते कर्म प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वा मोक्षसे शुभात् कर्मणो याभिर्भोक्तव्यम् भोक्तव्यं च विकर्मणः कर्मणश्च भोक्तव्यम् दहना कर्मणो गतिः कर्मण्यः कर्मया पश्येत् कर्मणि च कर्मया स बुद्धिमान् मनुष्येषु स युक्तः कृत्स्नमभ्यर्थयत् यस्य सर्वे समारम्भा कामसङ्कल्पवर्जितः ज्ञान अग्निदग्धकर्माणां तमाहुः पण्डितं बुधा त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलासाङ्गं नित्ययुक्ता निराश्रयः कर्मण्यभिवृद्धोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति सः निराशीर्यञ्चित्त्वात्मा त्यक्त्वा सत्त्वपरिग्रहः शालीनं केवलं कर्म कुर्वाणं भवति किल्बिषम् यदिच्छायाभसन्तुष्टो द्वन्द्वातीतो विमत्सरः समं सिद्धावसिद्धौ च कृत्वापि न निबध्यते तत्सङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य ज्ञानावस्थितचेतसः यज्ञायाचरतः कर्म समग्रं प्रविलीयते ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्म हविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैवातेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना दैवमेवापरे यज्ञं योगिनः परिभासते ब्रह्माज्ञानापरे यज्ञं यज्ञेनैवनुजुह्वते श्रोत्रादीनिन्द्रियाणि यज्ञे संज्ञामीषुजुह्वति शब्दादीनविषयान्यज्ञ इन्द्रियाणीषुजुह्वति सर्वाणीन्द्रियकर्माणि प्राणकर्मणि चापरे आत्मसंयमयोगाग्नौ द्रव्ययज्ञास्ततो यज्ञा योगयज्ञास्तथा परे स्वाध्याययज्ञश्च यतयः संसिद्धव्रता अपाने जुह्वति प्राणं प्राणेपानं तथा परे प्राणापानगतिं कृत्वा प्राणायामरागेण अपरे नियताहारा प्राणान्निषिजुह्वति सर्वेभ्यो यज्ञशक्तिकल्मषः यज्ञशिष्टामृतभुजो यान्ति ब्रह्म सनातनम् न्यायं लोकस्तु यज्ञस्य कुतो वयं एवं बहुविधः यज्ञा विदिता ब्रह्मणो मुखे कर्मजानविधानवान् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्ष्यसे श्रेयान् द्रव्यमयज्ञ कल्याणयज्ञमपदन्तम् सर्वं कर्माखिलं पार्थ ज्ञाने परिमासाङ्के तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेशयन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शिनः यज्ज्ञात्वा न पुनर्मोहम् एवं यास्यसि पाण्डव येन भूतानि यज्ञानि रक्षस्यात्मनो मयि अपि चेदसि पापेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः पापकृतः सर्वं ज्ञानालयेनैवं गणनं संकलिष्यसि यथैधांसि समिद्धोऽग्ने भस्मसात्कृतेऽर्जुन ज्ञानाग्नि सर्वकर्माणि भस्मसात्कृते तथा न हि ज्ञानेन सदृशं पवित्रमिह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योगसंसिद्धः कालेनात्मनि विन्दति श्रद्धावालभते ज्ञानं तत्परं संयतेन्द्रियः ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परां शान्तिम् अचिरेणाधिगच्छति अज्ञश्चानश्च संशयात्मा विनश्यति नायं लोकस्ति न परो न सुखं संशयात्मनः योगसन्न्यासकर्माणं ज्ञानसञ्चिन्न संशयम् आत्मवन्तं न कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय तस्मात् अज्ञानसम्भूतम् इतस्तं ज्ञानसिनात्मनः चित्त्वेनं संशयं योगम् अधिष्ठोत्तिष्ठ भारत हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
The personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna said, I instructed the imperishable science of yoga to the sun god, Vivaswan, and Vivaswan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind. And Manu in turn instructed it to Ikshvaka.
This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplined succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in course of time, the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it is appears to be lost.
In the supreme is today, known by me, to you, God, you are my devotee as well as my friend, and can therefore understand it. That's the necessity of this friend.
Arjuna said, Son God, he was one of the senior by birth to you. How am I to understand that in the beginning you instructed this science to him?
The personality of Godhead said, many words, both of you I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you cannot, O subduer of the enemy.
Although I am unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form.
Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, and the predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself.
To deliver the pious and to humiliate the millions, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion, I myself appear millennium after millennium.
One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, taking his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna.
Being free from attachment, fear and anger, being fully absorbed in me, and taking refuge in me, many persons in the past became purified by knowledge of me, and that they all attain transcendental love from me.
As all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follow my path in all respect, O son of Parth.
Men in this world desire success in fruitive activity, and therefore they worship the demigod. Quickly, of course, men get results from fruitive work in this world.
According to the three modes of material nature and above associated with them, the four divisions of human society are created by me. And although I am the creator of this system, you should know that I am at the non-doer, being unchangeable.
There is no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of action. One who understands this truth about me also does not become entangled in fruitive reactions of work.
All the liberated souls in the ancient times acted with this understanding of my transcendental nature. Therefore, you should perform your duty following their footsteps.
Even the intelligent are bewildered in determining what is action and what is inaction. Now, I shall explain to you what action is, knowing which you shall be liberated from all misfortune.
The intricacies of action are very hard to understand. Therefore, one should know properly what action is, what forbidden action is, and what inaction is.
One who sees inaction in action and action in action is intelligent among men, and he is in the transcendental position, although engaged in all sorts of activities.
One is understood to be in full knowledge, whose every endeavor is devoid of desire for sense gratification. He is said by sages to be a worker for whom the reactions of work have been burned up by the fire of perfect knowledge.
Abandoning our attachment to the results of his activities, ever satisfied and independent, he performs no fruitive action, although engaged in all kinds of undertakings.
Such a man of understanding acts with mind and intelligence perfectly, controls, gives up all sense of proprietorship over his possessions, and acts only for the bare necessities of life. Thus, working, he is not affected by simple reactions.
He who is satisfied with gain which comes of his own effort, who is free from duality and does not envy, who is steady in both success and failure, is never entangled, although performing action.
Situated in transcendental knowledge, just as the
A person who is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to attain the spiritual kingdom because of his full contribution to spiritual activities in which the consummation is absolute and that which is offered is of the same spiritual nature.
Some yogis perfectly worship the demigods by offering different sacrifices to them, and some of them offer sacrifices in the fire of Supreme Brahman.
Comes the 180 Brahmachari, sacrifice the ghee, nearly total in the fire of mental control, and the regulated householders sacrifice the objects of their senses in the fire of the senses.
Others who are interested in achieving self-realization through control of mind and senses offer the functions of all the senses and of the life breath and oblations into the fire of the controlled mind.
Having concept strict vows, some become enlightened by sacrificing possessions, and others by following Vidya austerities, to practicing the yoga of wakeful wisdom, or by studying the Vedas to advance in transcendental knowledge.
Still others who are inclined to the process of breath, restrained to remain in trance, practice by offering the movement of outgoing breath into the incoming and the incoming breath into the outgoing, and thus at last remain in trance, stopping all breathing. Others curtailing the eating process offer the outgoing breath into itself as a sacrifice.
All these performers who knows the meaning of sacrifice become cleansed of sinful reactions, and having tasted the nectar of the results of sacrifices, they advance toward the supreme eternal atmosphere.
Objects of the Kuru dynasty, without sacrifice, one can never live happily on this planet or in this life. What then of the next?
All these different types of sacrifice are approved by the Vedas, and all of them are born of different types of works. Knowing them as such, you'll become liberated.
Who chastised of the enemy, the sacrifice performed in knowledge is better than the mere sacrifice of material possessions. After all, O son of Buddha, all sacrifices of work culminate in transcendental knowledge.
Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master, inquire from him submissively, and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth.
Having obtained real knowledge from a self-realized soul, you will never fall again into such illusion, for by this knowledge you will see that all the living beings are but part of the Supreme, or in other words, they are mine.
Even if you are considered to be the most sinful of all sinners, when you are situated in the boat of transcendental knowledge, you will be able to cross over the ocean of miseries.
As a blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjun, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reactions to material activities.
In this world, there is nothing so sublime and pure as transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge is the mature fruit of all mysticism, and one who has become accomplished in the practice of devotional service enjoys this knowledge within himself in due course of time.
A faithful man who is dedicated to transcendental knowledge and who subdues his sense is eligible to achieve such knowledge. And having achieved it, he quickly attains the supreme spiritual peace.
But ignorant and faithless persons who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness. They follow. For the doubting soul, there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next.
One who acts in devotional service, renouncing the fruits of his actions, and whose doubts have been destroyed by transcendental knowledge, is situated factually in the self. Thus, he is not bound by the reactions of work, O conqueror of riches.
Therefore, the doubts which have arisen from your heart out of ignorance should be slashed by the weapon of knowledge. Armed with yoga, O Bharata, stand and fight.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Karma Yoga, action in Krishna consciousness.
Arjunuvacha Sanyasam Karmanam Krishna Punyayogam Cha Shansasi Yachya Hetayorekam Tanme Brumi Sunishitam Shri Bhagavanuvacha Sanyasa Karmayogascha Nisheyaskara Vibhau Tayostu Karma Sanyasat Karmayogo Vishishyate Geya Saditya Sanyasi Yona Dveshti Na Kakshati Nilbandho Hi Mahabaho Sukham Bandhata Pramuchyate Samag Yoga Vikat Bala Pravadanti Na Panditaha Ekam Apyasita Samyak Ubayodir Kirtalam Yat Samkhyaipamyanti Sthanam Tad Yogairapi Gamyate Ekam Sakhyam Cha Yogam Cha Yam Pashyati Sa Pashyati Sannyasastu Mahabaho Dukkam Haptum Yogatah Yoga Yukto Mudir Brahma Najirena Nigachati Yoga Yukto Vishuddhatma Vijitatma Dilendriya Sarva Bhutatma Bhutatma Purvalapi Nalipyate Daiva Kinchit Karometi Yukto Bhagyate Tatvingan Pashyan Shirvan Sprishan Jighan Sarchan Gachan Pavansuan Pralapansijan Grinhan Virishyamnimisanapi Indriyani Indriyateshu Vartanta Iti Dharayan Brahmanyatare Karmani Sangam Tyakva Karotiyah Lipyate Nasahena Padmapatram Vahasa Pahena Manasa Uddaya Kevalayendriyairapi Yogina Karma Kurvanti Sangam Tyaktva Shuddhaye Yukta Karma Param Tyaktva Shanti Mapnodi Naishtikim Ayukta Kamakarena Pale Sapto Nibhadyate Sarva Karmani Manasa Sanyasyasate Sukhambhashi Navdvare Pure Dehi Neva Purvana Karayan Na Kartam Na Karmani Lokasya Siddhati Prabhu Na Karmaya Yogam Svabhava Supravardhate Nadate Kasvachit Brahmam Na Cheva Suskritam Vibhu Ajnanena Vritam Jnanam Tena Mumyanti Jantavah Jnanena tu Tadjnanam Yesham Nashitamatmanah Tesham Adityavat Jnanam Prakashayati Tatparam Tadvatasratmanam Nishadataprayanah Gachantyavritam Jnananirduta Kalmashaha Vidya Vinaya Sampanne Brahmane Kavihastini Shuni Chaivakrama Kecha Pandita Samadarshina Ihe Vartita Sargo Yesham Samye Siddham Manah Nirdosham Samam Brahma Tasmad Brahmani Desita Na Prasiddhindriyam Yapya No Vichekrapya Chapriyam Sira Buddhi Sahamula Brahma Vidbrahmani Desita Sarveshwar Satsatma Vidyatmani Satsukam Sa Brahma Yogi Datma Sukham Bhakshena Shrute Yehi Sansparshaja Bhoga Dukkayona Evate Adyantavat Kondeya Nate Shuramate Buddha Shaknoti Hevaya Sodhu Pakashuram Mokshanan Kama Krodha Bharam Vegam Sayukta Sasukhi Naraha Yohanta Sukhanonta Ramah Tathanta Yodirevaya Sayogi Brahma Nirvanam Brahma Bhutam Nigacchati Labhante Brahma Nirvanam Yakshina Kalbasham Chinna Naidayatatmana Sarvabhutam Hiterataha Vimukthanam Yatinam Yatachedasam Abhito Brahma Nirvanam Vartadevidatmanam Sarvadakritamahimahasya Chakshushamantarivivuku Pranapadam samokritva Navagadandayadinam Yatendriyamanu Buddhir Moksha Parayana Vigitesharaya Krodho Yasadamukta Eva Sam Tapasa Sarvaloka Maheshwaram Suvidam Sarvabhutanam Gyatva Mam Chanti Vichati Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Arjuna said, "O Krishna, first of all, you ask me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now, will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?"
One who neither hates nor desires the fruits of his activities is known to be always renounced. Such a person, free from all dualities, easily overcomes material bondage and is completely liberated. O mighty armed Arjuna!
Only the ignorance of the devotional service, karma yoga, has been different from the analytic study of the material world, Sankhya. Those who are actually learned say that he who applies himself well to one of these paths achieves the results of both.
Once who knows that the position reached by reason of analytical study can also be attained by devotional service, and who therefore sees analytical study and devotional service to be on the same level, sees things as they are.
Merely renouncing all activities, yet not engaging in the devotional service of the Lord, cannot make one happy. But a thoughtful person engaged in devotional service can achieve the supreme without delay.
One who works in development, who is spiritual and who controls his life and senses is dear to everyone and everyone is dear to him. Not always a working such a man is never entangled.
The person in divine consciousness also engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving about, sleeping, and breathing, always knows within himself that he actually does nothing at all. Because while speaking, evacuating, receiving, or opening or closing his eyes, he always knows that only the material senses are engaged with their objects and that he is aloof from them.
One who performs his duty without attachment, surrendering the results unto the Supreme Lord, is unaffected by sinful action. As the lotus leaf is untouched by water.
The yogis abandoning attachment act with body, mind, intelligence, and even with the senses only for the purpose of purification.
The steadily devoted soul attains unadulterated peace because he offers the result of all activities to God. Whereas a person who is not in union with the divine, who is greedy for the fruits of his labor, becomes entangled.
When the embodied living being controls his nature and mentally renounces all action, he resides happily in the city of man, gets the material body, neither working nor housing or to be done.
The embodied spirit, master of the city of his body, doesn't create activities, nor does he induce people to act, nor does he create the fruits of action. All this is enacted by the modes of material nature.
Nor does the Supreme Lord assume anyone's sinful or pious activities. Embodied beings, however, are bewildered because of the ignorance which covers their real knowledge.
When, however, one is enlightened with the knowledge by which science is destroyed, then his knowledge reveals everything, as the sun lights up everything in the daytime.
When one's intelligence, mind, faith, and refuge are all fixed in the Supreme, then one becomes fully cleansed of misgivings through complete knowledge and thus proceeds straight on the path of liberation.
The humble sages, by virtue of true knowledge, See with equal vision a learned and gentle Brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog eater.
Those whose minds are established in sameness and equanimity have already conquered the conditions of birth and death. They are flawless like Brahman, and thus they are already situated in Brahman.
A person who neither rejoices upon achieving something pleasant nor laments upon obtaining something unpleasant, who is self intelligent, who is unbewildered, and who knows the signs of God, is already situated in transcendence.
Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasure, but is always in trance, enjoying the pleasure within. In this way, the self realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the Supreme.
An intelligent person does not take part in the sources of misery, which are due to contact with the material senses. Portion of 20. Such pleasures have a beginning and an end, and so the wise man does not delight in them.
Before giving up this present world, if one is able to tolerate the urges of the material senses and check the force of desire and anger, he is well situated and is happy in this world.
One whose happiness is within, who is active and rejoices within, and whose aim is inward, is actually the perfect mystic. He is liberated in the Supreme, and ultimately he attains the Supreme.
Those who are free from anger and all material desires, who are self-realized, self-disciplined, and constantly endeavoring for perfection, are assured of liberation in the Supreme in the very near future.
Cutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eyes and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, sustaining the inward and outward breaths within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind, senses, and intelligence, the transcendentalist, aiming at liberation, becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. One who is always in this stage is certainly liberated.
A person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all the enterprises and hostilities, the victims are of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material misery.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 6 Dhyana Yoga.
Shri Bhagavan Anashrita Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karoti Yah Sasannyasi Cha Yogi Cha Nariragna Chakriya Yam Sannyasamitam Prabhur Yogam Tam Vidhi Pandava Nahi Sannyasta Sankalpo Yogi Bhavati Gashana Ahurukshur Mune Yogam Karma Karanam Uchyate Yoga Durasya Taisaya Kama Karanam Uchyate Yada Hindriyartheshu Na Karmasva Nushchate Sarva Sankalpa Sannyasi Yoga Runa Sadochyate Uttere Atmanatmanam Atmanam Sadhyate Atmaiva Atmano Buddhu Atmaiva Ribunatmanam Madhuratmatmanastasya Yenatmaivatmana jitah Anatmanastu sadritve Vartedatmeshu dhruva Paramatma samahita Shitoshna sukha dukkheshu Tatha manapamanayo Jnana vijnana triptatma Udasto vichendriya Yukta yuchate yogi Samdoshta shamakanchanaha Suhridvidayudasina Madhyastha bandhushu Sadhushvapi cha papeshu Sambuddhi vishishyate Yogi yunjita santatam Atmanam rahasi sthitaha Ekakiyat chittatma Nirashina parigraha शुचौ देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरमासनात्मनः नाति उचितं नाति नीचं चैलाजिनकुशोत्तरं तत्रैकाग्रं मनः कृत्वा यत्केन्द्रियक्रिया उपविश्यासने युज्य विशुद्धये समग्रं धारयन् सम्प्रेक्ष्य नासिकाग्रं स्व ब्रह्मचारी व्रते स्थितः मनः संयम्य मच्चित्तो युक्त आसीत् मत्परः युञ्जन्येवं सदात्मानं योगी यतमानसः शान्ति निर्वाण परमां मत्संस्थामधिगच्छति नान्यश्रुतस्तु योगिस्ति न चैकान्तम् अश्नुतः न चान्ति स्वप्नशीलस्य जाग्रतो नैव चार्जुन युक्ताहारविहारस्य युक्तचेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नावबोधस्य योगी भवति दुःखः यदा विलीयतं चित्तम् आत्मवेहातिष्ठते निःस्पृहः सर्वकामेभ्यो युक्त इत्युच्यते तदा यथा दीपो निवातस्थो नेङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यतचित्तस्य युञ्जतो योगमात्मनः यतो वर्मते चित्तं निरुद्धं योगसेवया यत् चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यनात्मनि तुष्यति सुखम् आत्यधिकं यत् बुद्धग्राह्यं वेदि यत्र न चैवायं स्थितश्चलति तत्त्वतः यं लब्ध्वा चापरं लाभं मन्यतेनाधिकं ततः यस्मिन्नितो न दुःखेन गुरुणा विचालयति तं विद्याधु दुःखसंयोगं वियोगं संयोगितम्
सच्चयेन योक्तव्यः
योगो निर्वाणचेतसा संकल्पप्रभावन् मनसेवेन्द्रियग्रामं विनयं समन्ततः शैनविहृतया आत्मसंस्थापना कृत्वा न किञ्चिदपि चिन्तयन् यतो यतो निश्चलति मनश्चञ्चलमस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियमयत् आत्मा एव वशं नयेत् प्रशान्तमनसं मूलं योगिनं सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्तरजसं ब्रह्मभूतमखिलेशम् युज्यैनैव सदात्मानं योगी कल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्मसंस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सन्तोषे सर्वभूतस्थदात्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वत्र समदर्शनः यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे प्रणश्यति सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजत्येकभावासुरः सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते आत्मौपम्येन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति योऽर्जुन सुखं वा यदि वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मतः अर्जुनवाच योऽयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्तः साम्येन मधुसूदन एतस्याहं न पश्यामि चञ्चलत्वास्थितं स्थिरां चञ्चलं मनः कृष्ण प्रमाथि बलवदृढं तस्याहं निग्रहं मन्ये वायोरिव दुष्करम् श्रीभगवानुवाच संशयं महाबाहो मनो दुर्निग्नं चञ्चलम् अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेय वैराग्येन च गृह्यते असंयतात्मान दुष्पापावति वेमतिः वैश्यात्मना तु यत्ना शक्यो वाप्तुमुपायतः अर्जुन उवाच अयनिश्चतयोपेतो योगचलितमानसः अवाप्य योगसंसिद्धिं तां गतिं कृष्ण गच्छति कञ्चनो चिन्नाभ्रमीव नश्यति अप्रतिष्ठो महाबाहो विमूढो भ्रमणपथि एतन्मे संशयं कृष्ण चेतुमर्हस्य शेषतः त्वदन्यं संशयस्यास्य छेदा न किमुपपद्यते श्रीभगवानुवाच पाठनैवेहनामुद्र विनाशस्तस्य विद्यते न हि कल्याणमपि तत्कचित् दुर्गतिं गच्छति प्राप्य पुण्यकृतं लोकान् दृश्यताशाश्वतं समाः शुचीनां श्रीमतां गेहे योगभ्रष्टापि जायते योगिनामेव कुले भवति धीमताम् एतद्धि दुर्लभतरं लोके जन्म यदीदृशम् तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभते पौरवेदिकम् यतते च ततो भूय संसिद्धौ कुरु नन्दनः पूर्वभ्यासेन तेनैव क्रियते हवशोऽपि सः जिज्ञासुरपि योगस्य शब्दब्रह्माणि वर्तते प्रज्ञाद्यन्तमानस्तु योगी संशुद्धकिल्बिषः अनेकजन्म संसिद्धस् ततो याति परां गतिम् तपस्वी भयोधिको योगी ज्ञानी योगिमतोऽधिकः तन्निभ्यश्चाधिको योगी तस्माद् योगी भवार्जुन योगिनः सर्वेषां मद्यतेनान्तरात्मना श्रद्धावान् भजते यो मां स मे युक्तो मतः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and one who works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he is the true mystic, not he who lights no fire and performs no duty.
What is called renunciation, you should know to be the same as yoga or linking oneself with the Supreme, O son of Pandu. For one can never become a yogi unless he renounces the desire for self gratification.
For one who is neophyte in the Eightfold Yoga system, work is said to be the means, and for one who is already elevated in yoga, cessation of all material activities is said to be the means.
A person is said to be elevated in yoga when, having renounced all material desires, he neither acts for sense gratification nor engages in fruitive activities.
One must deliver himself with the help of the mind and not degrade himself. The mind is the friend of the conditioned soul and is enemy of it.
For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy.
For one who has conquered the mind, the super soul is already reached. For he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same.
The person is said to be established in self-realization and all the yogi are restricted when he is fully satisfied by what he offers. Such a person is situated in
Person is considered still further advanced when he regards honest well-wishers, affectionate benefactors, the neutral, mediators, the envious, friends and enemies, the pious and the sinners, all with an equal mind.
A transcendentalist would always engage his body, mind, and self in relationship with the Supreme. He should live alone in a secluded place and should always carefully control his mind. He should be free from desire and feeling of possessiveness.
To practice yoga, one should go to secluded place and should lay Usha grass on the ground and then cover it with their skin and get soft cloth. The feet should be neither too high nor too low and should be situated in a scientific place. The yogi should then sit on it very firmly and practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses, and activities and fixing the mind on one point.
One should hold one's body, neck, and head erect in a straight line and stare steadily at the tip of the nose. Thus, with an unagitated, subdued mind, devoid of fear, completely free from sex life, one should meditate upon me within the heart and make me the ultimate goal of life.
constant control of the body, mind, and attribute the instinct transcendental is mind regulated attends to the kingdom of God by suggestion of material existence.
There is no possibility of one becoming a yogi. O Arjuna, if one eats too much or eats too little, speaks too much or does not speak enough.
He who is regulated in the habits of living, recreation, and work can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system.
When the yogi by practice of yoga disciplines his mental activities and becomes situated in transcendence, devoid of all material desires, he is said to be well established in yoga.
As a lamp in a windless place does not waver, so the transcendentalist whose mind is controlled remains always steady in his meditation on the transcendent self.
In the stage of perfection called rest or samadhi, on mind is completely distant from material mental activity by practice of yoga. This perfection is characterized by own ability to see the self by the pure mind and to realize and rejoice in the self. In that joyous state, in one is situated in boundless transcendental happiness, realized through transcendental sense established first. One never depart from the truth and often gain this. He thinks there is no greater gain. Being situated in such a position, one is never shaken even in the greatest difficulty. This indeed is actual freedom from all misbearings from material contacts.
One should engage oneself in the practice of yoga with determination and faith and not be deviated from the path. One should abandon without exception all material desires born of mental speculation, thus control all the senses on all sides by the mind.
Gradually, step by step, one should become situated in trance by means of intelligence sustained by full conviction, and thus the mind should be fixed on the self alone and should think of nothing else.
From wherever the mind wanders due to its flickering and unsteady nature, one must certainly withdraw it and bring it back under the control of the self.
The yogi whose mind is fixed on me really attains the highest perfection of transcendental happiness. He is beyond the mood of passion. He realizes his qualitative identity with the Supreme, and thus he is freed from all the reactions to the past life.
Thus, the self-controlled yogi, constantly engaged in yoga practice, becomes free from all material contamination and achieves the highest stage of perfect happiness in transcendental loving service to the Lord.
A true yogi observes me in all beings and also sees every being in me. Indeed, the self-realized person sees me, the same Supreme Lord, everywhere.
For one who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I'm never lost, nor is he ever lost to me.
Such a yogi who engages in the worshipful service of the super soul, knowing that I and the super soul are one, remains always in me in all circumstances.
He is a perfect yogi who, by comparison to his own self, sees the true equality of all beings in both their happiness and their distress. O Arjuna.
Arjuna said, O Madhusudana, the system of yoga which you have summarized appears impractical and unanswerable to me, for the mind is restless and unsteady.
The mind is restless, turbulent, obstinate, and very strong. O Krishna, and to subdue it, I think, is more difficult than controlling the winds.
For one whose mind is unbridled, self-realization is difficult work. But he whose mind is controlled and who strives by appropriate means is assured of success. That is my opinion.
Arjuna said to Krishna, what is the destination of the unsuccessful transcendentalist who in the beginning takes to the process of sex luxury with faith, but who later desists due to worldly mindedness and thus does not attain perfection in mysticism?
Does not set the man and is deluded from the path of transcendence, fall away from both spiritual and material circles, and perish like a river when flowers, and with no position in any land.
This is my doubt, O Krishna, and I ask you to dispel it completely. But for you, no one is to be found who can destroy this doubt.
The supreme personality of Godhead, the Son of Prata, transcendentally engages in Vasuisham, does not live in discussion either in this world or in the spiritual world. One who does what, my friend, is never overcome by evil.
The unsuccessful yogi, after many years of enjoyment on the planet of the pure, living entity, is born into the family of virtuous people and into the family of rich, spiritual.
Or if unsuccessfully after long practice of yoga, he takes his birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly, such a birth is rare in this world.
On taking such a birth, he revives the divine consciousness of his previous life, and he again tries to make further progress in order to achieve complete success, O son of Kuru.
By virtue of the divine consciousness of his previous life, he automatically becomes attracted to the yogic principles, even without seeking them, such as inquisitive transcendentalist stands always above the ritualistic principles of the scriptures.
And when the yogi engages himself with his sincere endeavor in making further progress, being was of all consequences, then ultimately achieving perfection after many births of practice, he attains the supreme goal.
A yogi is greater than the ascetic, greater than the empirist, and greater than the fruity worker. Therefore, O Arjun, in all circumstances be a yogi.
And of all yogis, the one with great faith, who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself, and renders transcendental loving service to me. He is the most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. That is my opinion.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 7. Knowledge of the Absolute. Sri Bhagavan
Maya asaktamana partha yogam yunjanmadashraya asanchayam samagram mam yatha yasasi tachunu jnanam teham savijnanam idam vakshyamya sheshatah yajñātvā neha punyo yajñātvayam avishishyate मनुष्याणां सहस्रेषु कश्चिदपि सिद्धये यदतामपि सिद्धानां कश्चिन्मां वेति तत्त्वतः भूमिरापो नलो वायु मनो बुद्धिरेव च अहङ्कारः इति यं मे भिन्ना प्रकृतिरस्तदा अतएव सत्त्वं प्रकृतिं विद्धि मे परां जीवभूतं महाबाहो ययेदं ध्यायते जगत् एतद्योनीनि भूतानि सर्वाणि अहं कृष्णस्य जगतः प्रभवः प्रलयस्तथा किञ्चिदस्ति धनञ्जय मयि सर्वमिदं प्रोतं सूत्रे मणिगणा इव रसोऽहम् अपि कौन्तेय प्रभासे शशि सूर्ययो प्रणव सर्ववेदेषु शब्दः के पौरुषं ऋषौ
पुण्यो गन्धप्रदिव्यां च तेजस्यास्मि विभावसौ
जीवनं सर्वभूतेषु तपश्चास्मि तपस्विषु बीजं मां सर्वभूतानां विधिपाठ सनातनं बुद्धिर्बुद्धिमतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहं बलं बलवतां चाहं कामरागं विवर्जितं धर्मा विलितभूतेषु कामोऽस्मि परदर्शव ये चैव सात्विका भावा राजसास्तामसाश्च ये मत एवेति तां विद्धि न त्वं तेषु ते मयि त्रिभिर्गुणं विभावेति सर्वमिदं जगत् मोहितं नाभिजानाति मामेव्ययम् दैवी हेष्या गुणमयी मम माया दुरत्यया मामेव ये प्रपद्यन्ते मामेवं तरन्ति ते न मां दुष्कृतिनो मूढा प्रपद्यन्ते नराधमा मायया अहमज्ञाना आसुरं भावमाश्रितः चतुर्विधा भजन्ते मां जना सुकृतिनो अर्जुन आर्तो जिज्ञासुरर्थार्थी ज्ञानी च भरतर्षभ तेषां ज्ञानिनित्ययुक्ता एकभक्तिर्विशिष्यते प्रियो हि ज्ञानिनोत्यर्थम् अहं स च मम प्रियः उदारा सर्व एवैति ज्ञानी तात्मैव मतम् आस्थितः स हि युक्तात्मा मामेवानुतमागतिम् बहुनां जन्मनामन्ते ज्ञानवान् मां प्रपद्यते वासुदेवः सर्वमिति स महात्मा सुदुर्लभः कामैस्ते ज्ञाना प्रपद्यन्ते अन्यदेवता तं तं नियममास्थाय प्रकृत्या नियता स्वया यो यो याज्ञां तनुभक्त श्रद्धया विमुच्यति तस्य तस्याचलां श्रद्धां तामेव विधाम्यहम् श्रद्धया युक्तस्याराधनमीहते लभते च ततः कामान् मयैव विलान् हीनान् अन्तवत्तु फलं तेषां तद्भगवद्वेदसां देवयजो यान्ति मद्भक्ता यान्ति मामपि अव्यक्तं व्यक्तिमापन्नं मन्यते मां बुद्धयः परं भावं जानन्तो मम भयमुत्तमम् नाहं प्रकाश सर्वस्य योगमाया समावृतः मूढोऽयं नाभिजानाति लोको मामव्ययम् वेदाहं समतीतानि वर्तमानानि चार्जुन भविष्याणि च भूतानि मां तु वेद न कश्चन ईशा देशसमुद्धेन बन्धमोहेन भारत सर्वभूतानि सम्मोहं सर्गे यान्ति परन्तप येषां द्वन्द्वकृतं पापं जनानां पुण्यकर्मणां ते द्वन्द्वमोहनिर्मुक्ता भजन्ते मां देवता जरामरणमोक्षाय मामाश्रित्य यतन्ति ये ते ब्रह्म तद्विदुः कृष्णन् अध्यात्मानमखिलं साधिभूतादिदैवं मां साधियज्ञं च ये विदुः प्रयाणकालेऽपि च मां ते विदुर्युक्तचेतसः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Now hear, O son of Bharata, how by practicing yoga in full consciousness of me, with mind attached to me, you can know me in full free from doubt."
I shall know now declare unto even in full this knowledge, both for manner and denounce the being now nothing further shall remain for you to know.
Out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection, and of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in full.
Yet water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and thoughts ego. All together, these 8 constitute my separated material energies.
Besides these, O mighty Arjuna, There is another superior energy of mind which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material inferior nature.
All created beings have their soul in these two natures. Of all that is material and all that is spiritual in this world, known for certain that I am both the origin and the dissolution.
O conqueror of wealth, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me, as pearls are strung on a thread.
O son of Kunti, I am the taste of water, the light of the sun and the moon, the syllable Om in the Vedic mantras. I am the sound in ether and ability in man.
I am the original fragrance of the earth, and I am the heat in fire. I am the life in all that lives, and I am the penance of all ascetics.
O son of Pratha, know that I am the original seed of all existences, the intelligence of the intelligent, and the prowess of all powerful men.
The strength of the strong, devoid of passion and desire. I am sex life, which is not contrary to religious principles. O Lord of the Marthas,
Know that all states of being, be they of goodness, passion, or ignorance, are manifested by my energy. I am in one sense everything, but I am independent. I am not under the modes of material nature, for they, on the contrary, are within me.
Deluded by the three modes, goodness, passion, and ignorance, the whole world does not know me, who am above the modes of and inexhaustible.
Mind consisting of three modes of material and nature is difficult to overcome. But those who are surrendered unto me can
Those miscreants who are grossly foolish, who are lowest among mankind, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the aesthetic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me.
O best among the Bharatas, four kinds of pious men living to render devotional service unto me, the distress, the desire of wealth, and inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the absolute.
Of these, the one who is in full knowledge and who is always engaged in pure devotion of the for I am very clear to him and he is clear to me.
All these devotees are undoubtedly magnanimous souls. But he who is situated in knowledge of me, I consider to be just like my own self. Being engaged in my transcendental service, he is sure to attain the highest and most perfect goal.
After many births and he is actually tender, wanting moving me to be the father of all pleasures, and all that is such a great soul is everywhere.
Those whose intelligence has been stolen by material desire, surrender unto demigod, and follow the particular rules and the regulation of virtue according to their own nature.
I am in everyone's heart, as the super soul. As soon as one desires to worship some demigod, I make his faith steady, so that he can devote himself to the particular desire.
Endowed with such a faith, he endeavors to worship a particular demigod and obtain his desires, but in actually these benefits are bestowed by me alone.
Men of a small intelligence worship the demigods and their foods are limited and temporary. Those who worship the demigods go to the planets of the demigods, but my devotee ultimately reach my supreme planet.
Unintelligent men who do not know me perfectly think that I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was impersonal before and have now assumed this personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is imperishable and supreme.
I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them, I am covered by my internal potency. and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible.
O Arjuna, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know everything that has happened in the past, all that is happening in the present, and all that are yet to come. I also know all living entities, but me no one knows.
O son of Bharata, O conqueror of the foe, all living entities are born into delusion, bewildered by the dualities of arising from the desire and fear.
Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination.
Intelligent persons who are endeavoring for liberation from old age and death take refuge in me in devotional service. They are actually Brahman because they entirely know everything about transcendental activities.
Those in full consciousness of me, who know me, the Supreme Lord, to be the governing principle of the material manifestation of the demigods and of all methods of sacrifice, can understand and know me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even at the time of death. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 8, Attaining the Supreme. Arjuna Uvacha
Kim tad brahma kim adhyatmam kim karma purushottama adibhutam cha proktam adidevam kim uchyate adiyagya katham putra dehi asmin madhusudana prayakale cha katham geyosilyatatmabhi Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Sharam Brahma Paramam Svabhavo Dhamma Uchyate Buddha Bhavo Dhamma Visarga Karma Sangita Adi Bhudam Sharo Bhava Purushachadi Devatam Adi Yagyo Vatra Dehe Dehe Vitamvara Antakale Chamameva Smaran Mukta Kalevaram Ya prayati samadbhavam yati nasta yatra sanchayam yam yam vapi smaran bhavam tyajyate kadevaram tam tamevati kaunteya sada tadbhava bhamitah tasmat sarveshu kameshu mamanusmara yudhya cha maya arpita buddhir mame vaishyasya sanchayah अभ्यासयोगयुक्तेन चेतसा नान्यगामिना परमं पुरुषं दिव्यं याति पाठानुविचिन्तयम् मनोरण्यां समनुस्मरेभ्यः सर्वस्य धातामचिन्त्यरूपम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसा प्रयाणकाले मनसाचलेन भक्त्यायुक्तो योगबलेन चैव आवेश संयम यदक्षरं वेदविदो वदन्ति विशन्ति यद्यतयो वीतरागः यदि छन्दो ब्रह्मचर्यं चरन्ति तद्देवनं सन्द्रहेण वक्ष्ये सर्वद्वाराणि संयम्य मनोभिर्निरुध्य च पूर्णज्ञानात्मनः प्राणम् आसितो योगधारणम् ॐ इत्येकाक्षरं ब्रह्म व्याहारमनुस्मरन् यः प्रयाति तदेहं स याति परमां गतिम् अनन्यचेता सततं यो मां स्मरति नित्यशः तस्याहं सुलभः पार्थ नित्ययुक्तस्य योगिनः मामुपेत्य पुनर्जन्म दुःखालयं शाश्वतं नाभियोगिनात्मानं सत्सिद्धिं परमां गताः आभ्रं प्रभुवनं लोका पुनर्योजना मामुपेत्य दुःखान्तेय पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते सहस्रयुगपर्यन्तम् अहर्यब्रह्मणो विदुः रात्रिं युगसहस्रान्तां प्रेयोजनः भगवताद्यक्तया सर्वा प्रभवत्यन्ते संदिग्धे उदकांसेवाय भूता भूता परियते रात्रागेव पाठ प्रपद्यनागमे परतमात्मभावोऽन्यो व्यक्तो व्यक्तात् सनातनः यः स सर्वेषु भूतेषु नश्यत्सु न विश्यति अरक्तो अक्षरयुक्तस्तमाहु मां गतिं यं नाव्यतं निवर्तन्ते तत्राहं परमं पुरुषः स परं पार्थ भक्त्या यस्मात्तथाहि भूतानि येन सर्वमिदं ततं यत्र काले त्वनावृत्तम् आदित्यैव योगिनः प्रयातान्तिकं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरतर्षभ अग्निज्योतिर्गः शुक्लः षण्मासा उत्तरायणम् तत्र ब्रह्म रात्रिस्तथा कृष्ण षण्मासा दक्षिणायनं तत्र चन्द्रांसि संज्योतिर्योगीराप्रनिवर्तते शुक्लकृष्णे गतिर्भूते जगदर्थास्पते मते एकयाज्ञानवृत्तिम् अनया वर्तते पुनः नैते स्थिति पार्थदहनन् योगी भूति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगयुक्तो भवार्जुन वेदेषु यज्ञेषु तपश्चैव दानेषु यत् पुण्यकर्म प्रतिष्ठम् अत्येति तत्सर्वमिदं विदित्वा योगी परं स्थानुपेति चार्यम् हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Arjuna inquired, O my Lord, O Supreme Person, what is Brahman? What is the self? What are fruitive activities? What is this material manifestation? And what are the demigods? Please explain this to me.
Who is the Lord of sacrifice, and how does he live in the body? O Madhusudana, and how can those who engage in devotional service know you at the time of death?
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the indestructible, transcendental living entity is called the Brahman, and his eternal nature is called Adhyatma. The self action pertaining to the development of the material bodies of the living entities is called the karma or the fruitive activity.
O best of the embodied beings, the physical nature, which is constantly changing, is called Adhibhuta, the material manifestation. The universal form of the Lord, which includes all the demigods like those of the sun and moon, is called Adhidaiva. And I, the Supreme Lord, represented as the supersoul in the heart of every embodied being, am called Adhiyagna, the Lord of sacrifice.
And whoever at the end of his life quits his body remembering me alone at once attains my nature. Of this there is no doubt.
Whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, O son of Kunti, that state he will attain without fail.
Therefore, Arjun, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna and at the same time carry out your prescribed duty of fighting. With your activities dedicated to me and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt.
He who meditates on me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his mind constantly engaged in remembering me and deviated from the path, he, O Partha, is sure to reach me.
One should meditate upon the Supreme Person as the one who knows everything, as he who is the oldest, who is the controller, who is the smaller than the smallest, who is the maintainer of everything, who is beyond all material conception, who is inconceivable, and who is always a person. He is luminous like the sun, and he is transcendental beyond this material nature.
One who at the time of death fixes his life hair between the eyebrows and by the strength of yoga with an undeviating mind engages himself in remembering the Supreme Lord in full devotion will certainly attain to the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
The yogic situation is that of detachment from all sensual engagements, closing all the doors of the senses and fixing the mind on the heart and the light air at the top of the head. One establishes himself in yoga.
After being figured in this yoga practice and vibrating the same syllable Om, the supreme combination of letters, if one thinks of the supreme presence like Jayanti and physical body, he will certainly reach
I'll tell you. You can start 11.
One who always remember him without deviation and easy to obtain, both son of Pita, because of his constant engagement in devotional service.
After attaining me, the great souls, yogis in devotion, never return to this temporary world, which is full of miseries, because they have attained the highest perfection.
From the highest realm to the material world done to the lowest fall out places of misery, wherein repeated birth and death take place, but one king attempts to mind about O son of thinking, never to birth again.
By human calculation, 1,000 ages taken together in the division of Brahma. One day. Also, is the duration of his life.
At the beginning of Brahma's day, all living entities become manifest from the unmanifested, and therefore, when the night falls, they are merged into the unmanifested day.
Again and again, when Brahma's day arrives, all living entities come into being, and with the arrival of Brahma's night, they are helplessly uninhibited.
Yet there is another unmanifest nature which is eternal and is transcendental to the manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme and is never annihilated. When all on this world is annihilated, that part remains as it is.
That which the Vedantists describe as unmanifest and infallible, that which is known as the supreme destination, that place from which, having attained it, one never returns, that is my supreme abode.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is greater than all, is attainable by unalloyed devotion. Although he is present in his abode, he is all pervading and everything is situated within him.
O best of the Bharatas, I shall not explain you the different times at which, passing away from this world, the yogi does or does not come back.
Those who know the Supreme Brahman attain that Supreme by passing away from the world during the influence of the fiery gods, in the light at an auspicious moment of during the fortnight of the waxing moon, or during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north.
The mystic who passes away from this world during the smoke, the night, the fortnight of the waning moon, or the 6 months when the sun passes to the south, reaches the moon planet, but again comes back.
According to Vedic opinion, there are two ways of passing from this world, one in light and one in darkness. When one passes in light, he does not come back. But when one passes in darkness, he returns.
Although the devotees know these two paths, O Arjun, they are never bewildered. Therefore, be always fixed in devotion.
A person who accepts the path of devotional service is not bereft of the results derived from studying the Vedas, performing sacrifices, undergoing austerities, giving charity, or pursuing philosophical and fruitive activities. Simply by performing devotional services, he attains all these, and at the end, he reaches the supreme eternal abode.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 9, the most confidential knowledge.
Sri Bhagavan Vacha, Idam Tude Guhatamam, Pravakshāmyana Suyave, Jnanam Vijnana Sahitam, Yajnata Mokshase Shubha, Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam, Pavitram Idam Uttamam, Pratyaksha Vagamam Dharmyam, Susukham Kartum Avyayam, अश्रद्धानः पुरुषा धर्मस्यास्य परन्तप अप्राप्य मां निवर्तन्ते मृत्युसंसारवर्त्मनि मया ततम् इदं सर्वं जगदव्यक्तमूर्तिना मत्स्थानि सर्वभूतानि न चाहं तेषु अवस्थिता न च मत्स्थानि भूतानि पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम् भूतभिन्न च भूतस्थो ममात्मा भूतभावनः यथाकाशस्थितो नित्यं वायुः सर्वत्र व्योमः तथा सर्वाणि भूतानि मत्स्थानीत्युपधारय सर्वभूतानि कौन्तेय प्रकृतिं यान्ति मामिकां कल्पक्षये पुनस्तानि कल्पादौ विश्राम्यहम् प्रकृतिं स्वामपृष्टभ्य विसृजामि पुनः पुनः भूतग्राममिमं कृत्स्नम् अवशं प्रकृतेर्वशात् न च महानि कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय उदासीनवदासीनम् असक्तं तेषु कर्मसु मया दक्षेण प्रकृति सूयते सचराचरम् हेतुनानेन कौन्तेय जगद्व्यवर्तते अवजानन्ति मां मूढा मानुषिं धर्माश्रितम् परं भावं जानन्तो मम भूतं महेश्वरम् मोक्षाशोककर्माणो मोहज्ञानाविचेतसः राक्षसीमासुरीं चैव प्रकृतिं मोहनिंशितः महात्मानस्तु मां पार्थ दैवीं प्रकृतिमाश्रितः भजन्त्यनन्यमनसो ज्ञात्वा भूतादि अव्ययम् सततं कीर्तयन्तो मां यतन्तश्च दृढता नमस्यन्तश्च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्ता उपासते ज्ञानयज्ञेन चाप्यन्ये यजन्तो माम् उपासते एकत्वेन पृथक्त्वेन बहुधा विश्वतो मुखम् अहं क्रतुर्हं यज्ञ स्वादाहम् अहमौषधम् मन्त्रो अहम् वाद्यम् अहम् अग्निरहमृतम् पिताहमस्यजगतो माता धाता पितामहः वेदं पवित्रमोङ्कार ऋतसामयजुरेव च गैर्वाचा प्रभु साक्षी निवास शरणं सुहृद प्रभव स्थानं निधानं वेदमव्ययम् तपम्यहमहं वर्षं निगृहाण्यं सूर्यं च अमृतं चैव मृत्युश्च सतश्चाहमर्जुन त्रैविद्या मां ते पुण्यमासाय सुरेन्द्रलोकम् अष्टदिव्यां दिवि देवभोगाम् एतं भुक्त्वा सर्वलोकं विशालम् क्षीणे पुण्ये मध्यलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रयी कर्मानुकुर्वन्ना गतार्थं कामकामालभन्ते अनन्यश्चिन्तयन्तो मां ये जनाः परिपासते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहम् ये भक्ता यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विताः ते अपि मामेव कौन्तेय यजन्त्या विधिपूर्वकम् अहं हि सर्वयज्ञानां भोक्ता च प्रभुरेव च न तु मामभिजानन्ति तत्त्वेनादश्यन्ति ते यान्ति देववता देवान् पितृयान्ति पितृव्रताः भूतानि यान्ति भूतेज्य यान्ति मर्त्याजिनोऽपि माम् पर्वतं पुष्पं फलं तोयं यो मे भक्त्या प्रयच्छति तदहं भक्त्योऽहृतम् अश्नामि प्रयतात्मनः यत्सरोषि यदनासि यज्जुहोषि ददासि यत् तपस्यासि मौर्येय तत्कुरुष्व मदर्पणम् शुभाशुभफले देवं मोक्षसे कर्मबन्धने संन्यासयोगयुक्तात्मा विमुक्तो मामुपेष्यसि सर्वभूतेषु नामे देशति नव्यः ये भजन्ति मां भक्त्या मयि तेषु चाप्यहम् अपि चेतसदाचारो भजते मामनन्यभाक् साधुरेव समन्तव्यम् सम्यग् व्यवसितो हि सः क्षिप्रं भवति धर्मात्मा शश्वच्छादि गच्छति कौन्तेय जानीहि न मे भक्तः प्रणश्यति मां हि पार्थाय पर्यपाश्रित्य ये विश्वपापयोनयः स्त्रियो वैश्यास्तथा शूद्राः ते अपि यान्ति परां गतिम् किं पुनर्ब्रह्मणा पुण्या भक्ता राजर्षयस्तथा अनित्यं सुखं लोकम् इमं प्राप्य भजस्व माम् मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वैश्यति युक्तेवम् आत्मानं मत्परायणम् हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjun, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, through which you should be relieved of the miseries of material existence.
This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed.
Those who are not faithful in this devotional service cannot attain me, O conqueror of enemies. Therefore, they return to the path of birth and death in this material world.
By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is permitted. All beings are in me, but I am not in them.
And yet everything that is created doesn't rest in me. He holds my mystic opulence. Although I am the maintainer of all living entities, and although I am everywhere, I am not a part of this cosmic manifestation. For myself is the very source of creation.
Understand that as mighty wind blowing everywhere, rests always in the sky, all created beings rest in me.
All material manifestations enter into my nature. At the beginning of
When you sing, then
DC 11
The cosmic order is under me. Under my will, it is automatically manifested again and again, and under my will, it is annihilated at the end.
That is why all this growth cannot come. I am ever detached from all these material activities stated I don't need it.
This is your nature. This is one of my energies. Is working under my direction. Four conductions. Everything all moving and non-moving under its rule. This manifestation is created and renovated again and again.
Fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my transcendental nature as the supreme Lord of all that.
In that relative conditions, their force of liberation, their activities and their culture of knowledge are all defective.
So, son of Partha, those who are not deluded, the great souls are under protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in the devotional service because they know me as the supreme personality of the Godhead, original and inexpressible.
Always chanting my glories in the end, bearing with great determination, bowing down before me with great soul, perpetually worship me with devotion.
Others who engage in sacrifice by the cultivation of knowledge worship the Supreme Lord as the one without a second, as derives in many and in the universal form.
But it is I who am the ritual. I the sacrifice the offering to the ancestor, the healing heart, the transcendental chant. I am the butter and the fire and the offering.
I am the father of this universe, the mother, the support, and the grandchild. I am the object of knowledge, the purifier, and the syllable one. I am also the Sam and Vijay.
I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuse, and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the increation, the basics of everything, the resting place and the eternal seed.
O Arjuna, I give heat and I withhold and send forth the rain. I am immortality and I am also death personified. Both spirit and matter are in me.
Those who study the Vedas and drink the Soma juice, seeking the heavenly planets, worship me indirectly. Purified of sinful reactions, they take birth on the pious heavenly planet of Indra, where they enjoy godly delights.
When they have thus enjoyed vast heavenly sense pleasure and the results of their pious activities are exhausted, they return to this mortal planet again. Thus, those who seek sense enjoyment by adhering to the principles of the three Vedas achieve only repeated birth and death.
But those who always worship me with exclusive devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have.
Those who are the devotees of other gods and who worship them with faith actually worship only me, O son of Kunti, but they do so in a wrong way.
I am the only enjoyer and master of all sacrifices. Those who do not recognize my true transcendental nature fall down.
Those who worship the demigods will take birth among the demigods. Those who worship the ancestors go to the ancestors. Those who worship ghosts and spirits will take birth among such beings. And those who worship me will live with me.
If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I will accept it.
This day you will be free from bondage to work and its auspicious and inauspicious results. With your mind fixed on me in this principle of renunciation, you will be liberated and come to me.
I envy no one, nor am I partial to anyone. I am equal to all. But who renders service unto me in devotion as a friend is in me, and I am also a friend to him.
If he is engaged in development service, he is to be considered complete because he is properly situated in his determination.
He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Turkey, declare it boldly that my devotees never perishes.
Those who take shelter will be of lower birth, women, Vaishyas, and Shudras can achieve the supreme dignity. How much more is the soul of the righteous from the devotees and saints beings? Therefore, having come to this temporary miserable world, engage in loving service and spiritual. Engage your mind always in thinking of me. Become a devote. Offer obeisance to parents. Be worshipful. Being completely absorbed in me. Surely you will be content.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So we will take a 15 minutes break here. Yeah. Anyone who wants to take a bio break or drink water, whatever, we'll just take a 15 minutes break here. It is 3:49 now. We will be back here at 4:05, right? 4:05 we'll be back here. Yeah. Hare Krishna. Just wait. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare.
Because I have a session. Hare Krishna. Bhagavad Gita. Office. अच्छा आता है मीटिंग से पहला
Ginger and jaggery, no? Thank you. You are telling me and so. As usual, thank you.
Last day.
Very good for your throat, so be coffee. Ginger.
It will help in throat. It will help in everything.
Stop. It will be aggravating your cold. It is only good for your food. Or your process. Stop. No, 15 minutes. They should have.
I took leave today. Break. Good day.
So nice to see you. She's very nice. I'll take it after a long time. So nicely you are living. She looks so nice. Small. I've seen her after a long time.
You're reading well. Why you're not talking in? You're reading very well. No. But you won't talk. Work from home, you have to go to office. Oh, good. Somebody brings their. No. You have become expert. You are doing now for many years. You have a cap. Office cap. My God. What do you got? Standard? Standard,
Four, five, na? Yeah, we have 5 minutes. Yeah, continue. I just keep on saying they're here, so I'll just. People are online, so we'll just do something for them. प्रभु अच्छा लग रहा है? हाँ? तुम भी बुक ले लो ना? तुम भी बुक ले लो? है? अच्छा ठीक है।
हमारे साथ ये वाले 9 में कितना टाइम लगेगा? कम लगेगा, ज्यादा लगेगा?
अब कम लगेगा, 5:30 तक हो जाएगा हमारा, मैक्सिमम 6 बजे। 6 बजे हो जाएगा, 4 से 6 ना।
हैदराबाद गई थी, कार में आई ना, बहुत थक गई थी।
कब गया हैदराबाद?
मैं पांच कमर शादी था मेरा भाई का, तो सबसे लेके गया गाना आना कार में।
अच्छा, अंकल को तो कल देखा मैं। आप अकेले गए थे?
He comes, he takes her everywhere, if he wants to go.
जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरि जय राधा माधव। Doing something wrong. Something wrong. गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरि ठीक तो गई ना? ये राधा माधव की कुछ रिपीट द सॉन्ग क्या? जय राधा माधव राइट?
जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन
ठीक है ना? यशोदानंद ठीक है, चल लेट्स स्टार्ट। जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी यशोदनंदन भज जन रंजन यशोदनंदन भज जन रंजन यमुना तीरावरधारी यमुना तीरावरधारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा Hare Krishna. We welcome all of you for our class again. We start with chapter 10. 10. Jeshri 13. श्री भगवान भुव एव महाबाहो शृणु मे परमं वचः यत्तेऽहं प्रीयमाणाय वक्ष्यामि हितकामया न मे विदुः सुरगणा प्रभवं न महर्षयः अहम् आदिर्देवानां महर्षिणां च सर्वशः यो मामदम् अनादिं च वेति योगमहेश्वरम् असम्मूढः समन्येषु सर्वपापै प्रमुच्यते बुद्धिर्ज्ञानं समोहः क्षमा सत्यं तव क्षमः सुखं दुःखम् अवुभावो भयं चाभयमेव च अहिंसा समता तुष्टिस्तपोदानं यशो यशः भवन्ति भावभूतानां मद्गतेऽविद्विधाः महर्ष्य सप्त पूर्वे चत्वारो मनवस्तथा मद्भावा मानसा जाता येषां लोकमा प्रजा एतां विभूतियोगं च महतो वेति तत्त्वतः सोऽविकल्पेन योगेन युज्यते नात्र संशयः अहं सर्वस्य प्रभुः मत्तः सर्वं प्रवर्तते इति मत्वा भजन्ते मां पुनः मच्चित्ता मद्गतप्राणा मोदयन्तः परस्परं कथयन्तश्च मां नित्यं तुष्यन्ति च रमन्ति च तेषां सततयुक्तानां भजतां प्रीतिपूर्वकं ददामि बुद्धियोगं तं येन मामुपयान्ति ते तेषामेवानुकम्पार्थम् अहं ज्ञानदं तमः ज्ञानदीपेन भावसा अर्जुन उवाच परं ब्रह्म परं धाम पवित्रं परमं भवम् पुरुषं शाश्वतं दिव्यम् आदिदेवमहं विभुम् आहुर्वां ऋषयः सर्वे देवर्षिर्नारदस्तथा असितो देवनो व्यासः स्वयं चैव ब्रवीषि मे सर्वमेतद्युतं मन्ये यन्मां वदसि केशव न हि ते भगवन् व्यक्तिं विदुर्देवा न दानवा त्वमेवात्मनात्मानं वेत्थं पुरुषोत्तम भूतभावन भूतेश देवदेव जगत्पते वक्तुमर्हस्य शेषेण दिव्यात्मभूतयः व्याभिर्विमुक्तिभिः लोकं व्याप्यतिष्ठसि योगं सदा परिचिन्तयन् केषु केषु च भावेषु चिन्तयोऽसि भगवान् मया निश्चयेन मनोयुक्तं विभूतिं च जनार्दन अद्य शृण्वतो नास्ति मे मृतम् श्रीभगवानुवाच अन्तते कथयिष्यामि युक्ताहास्यभूतः प्रधानयत्र कुरुश्रेष्ठ नाशयन्तो विसरस्य मे अहमात्मा गुणाकेश सर्वभूतांश्रितः अहमादिश्च मध्यं च तानामन्त एव च विष्णु योगिशां रविरस्तुमान् भाविर्मरुतामस्मि नक्षत्राणां शशि वेदानां सामवेदास्मि देवानामस्मि वासवः इन्द्रियाणामनसास्मि भूतानामस्मि चेतना रुद्राणां शङ्करास्मि वित्तेषो यक्षरक्षः वसूनां पावकश्चास्मि मेरुशिखरेणामहं पुरोदराश्च मुच्यम्मा विधिवादा बृहस्पतिं सेनानीनां स्कन्धो सरसारस्मि सागरः महेशानां हीराम्यमेकाक्षरं राजानां जपयोगोऽस्मि स्थावराणां हिमालयः अश्वत्थः सर्ववृक्षाणां देवर्षीणां च नारदः गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथः सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः उच्चैश्वरसमस्तानां विधिमामृतोद्भवम् ऐरावतं गजेन्द्राणां नराणां च नराधिपम् आयुधानाम् अहं वज्रं धेनुनामस्मि कामधुक् प्रजनश्चास्मि गन्धर्व सर्वाणामस्मि वासुकी अनन्तश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणायात् सामहम् विरुद्धामयं तस्मै यमं सम्येतमहं प्रहलादश्चास्मि दैत्यानां कालकलनामहं मृगाणां च विमेरोऽहं वैनतेयश्च पक्षिणां भवतामस्मि रामचन्द्रपितामहं दशानामगच्छास्मि शोभोसामस्मि जानवी सर्वानामनिरान्तश्च मध्यं चैवाहम् अर्जुन आध्यात्मविद्या विद्यानां वादरोधात्महम् अक्षराणामस्मि ग्रन्थसामासिकस्य च अहमेवाक्षरकामः विश्वतो मुखः मृत्युसवहरश्चाहम् उद्भवश्च भविष्यताम् कीर्तिश्रीवाकश्चानादिनां स्मृतिर्मेधादिति क्षमा बृहत्सामगथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहम् मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहम् ऋतूनां कुसुमाकरम् द्यूतं चलस्तांसि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहम् देवस्मि सत्त्वं सत्त्ववामहम् कृष्णीनां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जय मुनीनामप्यहं वास कवीनामर्जुनः कविः दण्डो दण्डतामस्मि नीतिरस्मि चिकीर्षां मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानं ज्ञानवतामहम् यस्यापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहम् अर्जुन न तदस्ति विना यत्स्यात् मया भूतं चराचरम् ज्ञानतोऽस्महलिङ्गानां विभूतीनां परन्तप एष द्विदेशतः प्रोक्तो विभूतिर्विस्तरो मया यद्यद्विभूतिमन् सर्वं श्रीमद्बुद्धिरमेव वा तदतदेवागच्छत्वं महहेतोषसम्भवम् अथवा बन्धुर्नैतेन दिव्यादेन तवार्जुन विष्टव्यामहमिदं कृष्णम् एकांशेन स्थितो जगत् हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, listen to me, so mighty around Krishna, because you are my dear friend, for your benefit, that I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained.
Neither the host of demigods nor the great sages know my origin or opulences. For in every respect, I am the source of the demigods and sages.
He who knows me is the beginningless as the supreme Lord of all the world. He only among men is from all these intelligence, knowledge, wisdom from now and wisdom, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness and distress, growth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, pain, and infamy. All these various qualities of living beings are created by me only. The seven great saviors, and before them the four other great saviors, and the most progenitors of mankind, come from me, born from my mind, and all the living beings populating the various planets descend from them.
One who is factually convinced of this opulence and the mystic power of mind engaged in unalloyed devotional service of this there is no doubt.
I am the source of all spiritual and material world. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly knows this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts.
The thought of my pure devotee dwell in me. They lead me devotee to my service, and they derive great certificates and bliss from always enlightening on other and conversing about me.
To those who are constantly devoted to serving me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me.
To show them special mercy, I dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance.
Arjuna said, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate abode, the purest of the absolute truth. You are the eternal, transcendental, original person, the unborn, the greatest. All the great sages such as Narada, Asita, Devala, and Vyasa confirm this truth about you. And now you yourself are declaring it to me.
We accept as truth all that you have told me. Neither the demigods nor the demons, O Lord, can understand your personality.
Indeed, you alone know yourself by your own internal potency, O Supreme Person, origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, Lord of the universe.
Please tell me in detail of your divine opulences by which you pervade all these worlds.
O Krishna, O Supreme Mystic, how shall I constantly think of you? And how shall I know you? In what various forms are you to be remembered, O Supreme Personality of Godhead?
O Janardhan, again please describe in detail the mystic power of your opulences. I can never satiate in hearing about you. For the more I hear, the more I want to taste the nectar of your words.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are from me. O Arjuna, for my opulence is limitless.
I am the super soul, O Arjuna, seated in the hearts of all living entities. I'm the beginning, the middle, and the end of all truth.
Of the Adityas, I am Vishnu. Of the lights, I am the radiant sun. Of the Maruts, I am Marichi. And among the stars, I am the moon.
Vedas, I am Veda. Of the demigods, I am Indra. The king of the
Of all the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, I am the Lord of Wealth, Veda. Of the Vasus, I am fire, Agni. And of mountains, I am Dev.
Oh, please, no Arjuna, no need to be the chief Brihaspati. Of generals and Kartikeya, and of bodies of water, I am the ocean.
Of the great sages, I am Vibhu. Of vibrations, I am the transcendental womb. Of the emphasis, I am the chanting of the holy name. And of immovable things, I am the Himalaya.
Of all trees, I am the banyan tree, and of the sages among the demigods, I am Narada. Of the Gandharvas, I am the Chitraratha, and among the perfected beings, I am the sage Kapila.
Of persons who need to be Shobha. So this is a devotion the present of the ocean of Israel of Lord elephants. I am Aitavata, and among men I am the of people I am the thunderbolt. Among cows I am the Surabhi of the cause of procreation. I am Kandharpa, the god of love, and the serpent I am Vasuki. Of the many hooded Naga and Mananta, and among the aquatic I am the demigod Varuna. Of the gods ancestors I am Haryama, and among the dispensers of law I am Yama, the lord of death.
Among the Daitya demons, I am the devoted Prahalad. Among subduers, I am time. Among beasts, I am the lion. Among birds, I am Garuda.
Of purifiers, I am the wing. Of the leaders of weapons, I am Rama. Of fishes, I am the shark. And of flowing rivers, I am the Ganges.
Of all creation, I am the beginning and the end and also the middle of Arjuna. Of all science, I am the spiritual science of the self. And among logicals, I am the conclusive truth.
Of letters, I am the letter A, and among compound words, I am the dual compound. I am also in inexhaustible time, and of creators, I am Brahma.
I am all devoted death, and I am the generating principle of all that is yet to be. Among women, I am fame, fortune, fine speech, memory, intelligence, steadfastness, and patience.
Of the hymns in the Samaveda, I am the Brihat Sama, and of poetry I am the Gayatri. Of months I am Margashirsha, November, December, and of seasons I am flower bearing spring.
And also the gambling of cheats, and of the splendid I am the splendor. I am victory and I am adventure, and I am the strength of the strong.
Of the descendants of Vrishni, I am Vasudeva, and of the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Of the sages, I am Vyasa, and among great thinkers, I am Jana.
Among all means of suppressing lawlessness, I am punishment. And of those who seek victory, I am morality. Of secret things, I am silence. And of the wise, I am wisdom.
Furthermore, O Arjun, I am the generating seed of all existences. There is no being, moving or non moving, that can exist without me.
O mighty conqueror of enemies, there is no end to my divine manifestations. What I have spoken to you is but a mere indication of my infinite opulences.
Know that all opulent, beautiful and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my fire.
But what need is there, Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself, I pervade and support this entire universe.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 11. The Universal Form.
Arjunuvacha Mad Anugrahe Paramam Guruya Madhyatma Sangitam Yatvayoktam Vachasena Oyam Vigato Mama Bhavapyayo Bhutana Shruto Vistarasho Maya Tatah Kamalpitaksha Mahadyamapi Chavayam Evametad Yathatma Atmanam Parameshwaram Drishtumichhami te Rupam Aishwaram Purushottamam Manyase Yantachakyam Maya Drishtum Viti Prabho Yogeshwara Tato Me Tvam Darshayatmanam Avyayam Shri Bhagavan Vacha Pashya me Partharupani Shatashodham Sahasrashah Nana Vidhani Divyani Nana Varnani Kirtani Cha Pashadivyan Sundran Vyashino Marutasatha Bahunyanishta Purvani Pashacharyani Bharata Ihaikastham Jagat Krishnam Pashadya Sacharacharam Mama Dehe Gudakesha Yachanyat Drishtumichasi Natu Mam Shakyate Drishtum Anenaiva Tavachaksha Divyam Dadami Te Chakshu Pashya me Yogameshwaram Sanjaya Vacha Eva Mukta Tato Rajan Mahayogeshwaro Hari Darshayamasa Parthaya Param Rupamaishwaram Anekavattanayanam Anekadarshanam Anekadivyabharanam Divyanekotyadvijam Divyamalambaram Divyagandhanulepanam Sarvascharam Devam Anantam Vishwato Divi Sarvasahasrasya Bhavedyukta Yadi Vasadashi Sasya Mahatmanaha Tatraikasam Jagat Krishnam Pravibhaktam Anekatha Apashyedeva Devasya Sharire Pandavastada Tata Savismaya Vishtu Ishtaro Madhananjaya Pranamya Shisa Devam Kritanjali Bhashatah Arjuna Vacha Pashyami Devanstava Devadehe Sarvanstata Bhuta Vishesha Sangan Brahmana Kilisham Kamalasanastham Ishishchata Bhutan Ekabahurajnetram Pashyami Tvam Sarvato Anantarupam Nantanamadyam Namunastavadim Pashyami Vishveshwara Vishwarupam Kiritanam Yadinam Chakrinam Cha Tejorashi Sarvado Diktamantam Pashyami Tvam Durvileksha Savantan Dipyam Yutim Preyam Vamaksharam Paramam Vidyatvam Tvamasya Vishwasya Param Vidhanam Tvamamyam Shashvatam Dharma Gupta Sanatana Purusho Mato Me अनादिमध्यान्तमनन्तवीर्यम् अनन्तबाहुं शशिसूर्यनेत्रम् पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुताशक्रम् स्वतेजसा विश्वमिदन्तमन्तम् द्यावापृथिव्योदिरन्तमिति व्याप्तं त्वयैकेन दिशश्च सर्वा दृष्ट्वाद्भुतं रूपमुतं तवेदं लोकत्रयं प्रवतितं महात्मन् अमीहिन्वामुसुरसनां विशन्ति केचित् पीडा प्राञ्जलो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्तिभिर्वामहर्षिसिद्धसङ्गा स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुष्कलाभिः रुद्रादित्यावसो ये च साध्या विशेषणो मरुतशोर्मपाश्चात् गन्धर्वयक्षासुरसिद्धसङ्गा विशन्ते त्वां विस्मिताश्च सर्वे रूपं महते बहुवक्त्रनेत्रं महाबाहो बहुबाहुरुपादं बहुदरं बहुदष्ट्राकरालं दष्ट्वा लोका प्रविष्टतास्ताहम् नभस्पृशदीपमनेकरमणं व्याधानन्दीप्तविशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रवर्तितान्तरात्मा जटिर्नवदामि शमं च विष्णो दष्ट्राकराणि च ते मुखानि दष्ट्रैव कालानलसिंहानि दिशो न जाने न लभेत शर्म प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास अमी च त्वां दृष्टरास्य पुत्राः सर्वे सहेवावनिपालसङ्गै भीष्मो द्रोणसूतपुत्रस्तथासौ सहासवदीयैरपि योधमुख्यैः वक्त्राणि दष्ट्राकराणि भयानकानि केचिद्वीणादशनान्तरेषु सन्दृश्यन्ते चूडैते उताङ्गैः बहवो देवेगा समुद्रमेवाभिमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा तवामि न लोकवीरा विशन्ति वक्त्राणिभिर्विचलन्ति यथा प्रदीप्तं पतङ्गा विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्धवेगा तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोका तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धिवेगाः लेलीहयसे समानसमन्तात् लोकान् समग्रान् वदयेत् तेजोभिरापूर्वजगत् समग्रं वास्तवोगात्मति विष्णो नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजानामि तव प्रविकृतिम् श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकविशर्मप्रयुज्यो लोकान् समावृत्य प्रवृत्तः द्वितीयपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे ये अवस्थिताः प्रत्यनीकेषु योधा तस्मात् उत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्य जित्वा शत्रुन् भुङ्क्ष्व राज्यं समृद्धं मयि गते निहता पूर्वमेव निबद्धमानभव सर्वसाक्षी द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जगद्दत्तं च कर्णं तथान्यापि योधवीरान् मया हतास्त्वं जहि मा व्यतिष्ठा युधस्वजेतासि रणे सत्पान् संजय उवाच एतत् श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृतञ्जलिः किरीटी नमस्कृत्वा भूयेवापि कृष्णं सगतिर्नभीतभीय प्रणम्य अर्जुनवाच सारे ऋषिकेश तव प्रीत्या जगत्प्रहृष्टं यद्यज्यते च रक्षांसि गीतानि दिशो दवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्घाः तस्माच्च तेन न मे नमः गरीयसे ब्रह्मणोऽप्यादिकर्त्रे अनन्तदेवेषु जगन्निवास त्वमक्षरं सत्सत्तत्परं यत् त्वमादिदेव पुरुषः पुराणस्त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं वेदासि वेदं च परं च धामं त्वया ततं विश्वमनन्तरूपम् वायुर्यमो अग्निवरुणः शशाङ्कं प्रजापतिस्त्वं प्रपितामहस्य नमो नमस्ते सुसहस्रकृत पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते नमः पुरस्तदान्तपृष्ठदर्शे महासुते जयदेव सर्वे अनन्तवीर्यामितविक्रमस्त्वं सर्वे समाघोषिततोऽसि सर्व सखेति मत्वा प्रसभयदुत्तम हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानता महिमानतवेदं मया प्रमादात् प्रणयेन वापि यच्चावहासार्थमसत्तोषि विहाय शय्यासनभोजनेषु एकोत्तमाख्यं तच्छामये त्वामहमप्रमेयम् पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य तवस्य पूजस्य गुरुर्गरीयात् तदर्थसमोत्सर्ग्य भवेत् लोकत्रये प्रदेव तस्मात् ब्रह्मण्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसादये महेशमीयं पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्यो प्रिय प्रियाय देव सोढुम् अदृष्टपूर्वं दृष्टोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रतिज्ञं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शदेव रूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वां द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहो भव विश्वमूर्ते श्रीभगवानुवाच मया प्रसन्नेन तवार्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितम् आत्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वानन्तमाद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन न दृष्टपूर्वं न देन यज्ञालयं नैव दाने न च क्रियाभिर्न तपोभिरुग्रैः एवं रूपः शक्य अहं लोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्य कुरु प्रवीर मा ते यथा मानविमूढभावो दृष्ट्वा रूपघोरमिन्दं वेयेनं व्यपेतविपीतमनाः पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपम् इदं प्रपश्य नन्दे उवाच इत्यर्जुनं वासुदेवस्तत्तूपं दृश्यमासं भूय आश्वासयासश्चर्येनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्य अर्जुन उवाच दृष्टवेदमनुषं रूपं तव सौम्य जनार्दन इदानीं श्रीभगवानुवाच सुदर्शनमिदं रूपं दृष्टवानसि यन्मनः देवा अप्यस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणः नाहं वेदनितपसा नादानेन च तेनया शक्य एवं विभो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवानसि मां यथा भक्त्या त्वनन्या शक्य अहमेवं विभोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च सर्वेण प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप मत्कर्म मत्परमो मद्भक्तः सङ्गवर्जितः निर्वैरः सर्वभूतेषु यः स मामिति पाण्डव हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Arjuna said, by my hearing the instructions you have kindly given me about these most confidential spiritual subjects. My illusion has now been dispelled.
O lotus-eyed one, I have heard from you in detail about the appearance and disappearance of every living entity and have realized your inexhaustible glories.
O greatest of all personality of Supreme from so I see you here before me in your actual position. As you have described yourself, I wish to see how you have entered into this cosmic manifestation. I want to see that from of yours.
If you think that I am able to behold your cosmic, O my Lord, O Master, Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that unlimited universal self.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, O son of Krudha, see now my appliances, hundreds of thousands of very divine and multicolored forms.
O best of the Bharatas, see here the different manifestations of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Ashwini Kumaras, and all other demigods. Behold the many wonderful things which no one has ever seen or heard before.
O Arjuna, whatever you wish to see, behold at once in this body of mine. This universal form can show you whatever you now desire to see and whatever you may want to see in the future. Everything moving or non moving is here completely in one place.
But you cannot see me without your present eyes. Therefore, I give you divine eyes. Behold my mystic opulence.
Sanjay said, "Okay, having spoken thus, the Supreme Lord of all mystic power, the personality of Godhead, displayed his universal form to Arjun.
Arjun saw in that universal form unlimited mouths, unlimited eyes, unlimited wonderful visions. The form was decorated with many celestial ornaments and bore many divine appraised weapons. He wore celestial garlands and garments, and many divine scents were smeared over his body. All was wondrous, brilliant, unlimited, all expanding.
If hundreds of thousands of suns were to rise at once in the sky, their radiance might resemble the effulgence of the Supreme Person in that universal form.
At that time, Arjuna could see in the universal form of the Lord the unlimited expansion of the universe situated in one place, although divided into many stories.
Then divided, astonished, his hair standing on end. Arjun bowed his head to offer obeisance and with folded hands began to pray to the Supreme Lord.
Arjuna said, "Oh my dear Lord Krishna, I see assembled in your body all the demigods and various other living entities. I see Brahma sitting on the lotus flower, as well as Lord Shiva and all the sages and divine serpents.
Body, many eyes.
Form is difficult to see because of its glaring effulgence spreading on all sides like blazing fire or the immeasurable radiance of the sun. Yet I see this glowing form everywhere, adorned with various crowns, clubs, and discs.
You are the supreme primal objective. You are the ultimate resting place of all this universe. You are inexhaustible and you are the oldest. You are the maintainer of the eternal religion, the personality of God. This is my opinion.
You are without origin, without origin. Your glory is unlimited. You have numberless arms, and the sun and the moon are your eyes. I see you blazing fire coming forth from your mouth, burning this entire universe by your own radiance.
Although you are one, you spread throughout the sky and the planet and all space between. O great one, seeing this wondrous and terrible form, all the planetary systems are perturbed.
All the of demigods are surrendering before you and entering into you. Some of them are very much afraid and offering prayer with folded hands of great surgeons and perfected beings standing on it and praying to you by singing the Vedic hymns.
On the various manifestations of Lord Shiva, the Adityas, the Vasus, the Sanchars, the Vishwaveda, the two Ashvis, the Marus, the four-followers, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Asuras, and the perfected demigods are holding you in wonder.
O mighty armed one, all the planets with the demigods have disturbed but in your great form, with its many purposes, hands, arms, thighs, legs, and belly. And you may terrible feet. You have many terrible feet, and as they are disturbed, so am I.
Oh, all pervading Vishnu, seeing you with your many radiant colors, touching the sky, your gaping mouth and your great glowing eyes. My mind is perturbed by fear. I can no longer maintain my steadiness or equilibrium of mind.
O Lord of Lords, O refugee of the world, please be gracious to me. I cannot keep my balance, seeing thus your blazing death-like faces and awful teeth. In all directions I am heavily dirt.
All the sons of Dhritarashtra, along with their allied kings and Bhishma, Drona, Karna, and our chief soldier also, are rushing into your fearful mouth, and some I see trapped with heads smashed between your teeth.
As the many waves of the rivers flow into the ocean, so do all these great warriors into blazing into your mouth.
I see all people rushing full speed into your mouths, as mouth dash to destruction in a blazing fire.
O Vishnu, I see you devouring all people from all sides with your flaming mouths. Covering all the universe with your effulgence, you are manifest with terrible scorching rays.
O Lord of Lords, so fierce of form, please tell me who you are. I offer my obeisances unto you. Please be gracious to me. You are the primal Lord. I want you to know about you, for I do not know what your mission is.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Time I am, the great destroyer of the worlds, and I have come here to destroy all people. With the exception of you, the Pandavas, all the soldiers here on both the sides will be slain."
Therefore, get up, prepare to fight and win glory. Conquer your enemies and enjoy a flourishing kingdom. They are already put to death by my arrangement, and you, O Sabyasachi, can be but an instrument in the fight.
Drona, Bhishma, Jayadatta, Karan, and the other great warriors have already been destroyed by me. Therefore, kill them and do not be disturbed. Simply fight, and you will vanquish your enemies in battle.
Sanjay said to Dhritarashtra, O king, after hearing these words from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the trembling Arjuna offered obeisances with folded hands again and again. He fearfully spoke to Lord Krishna in a faltering voice as follows.
Arjuna said, O master of the senses, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. Although the perfected beings offer you their respectful homage, the demons are afraid, and they flee here and there. All is rightly done.
O great one, greater even than Brahma, you are the original creator. Why then should they not offer their respectful obeisance unto you, O limitless one, God of gods, refuge of the universe? You are the invincible source, the cause of all causes, transcendental to the material manifestation.
You are the original personality of Godhead, the oldest, the ultimate sanctuary of this manifested cosmic world. You are the knower of everything, and you are all that is knowable. You are the supreme refuge above the material moods. O limitless one, this whole cosmic manifestation is pervaded by you.
You from the front, from behind, and from all sides. O unbounded power, you are the master of limitless might. You are all pervading, and thus you are everything.
Thinking of you as my friend, I had rushed to this O Krishna, O Yadava, O Manushan, not knowing your glory. Please forgive whatever I may have done in madness or in love. I have dishonored you many times, jesting as we relaxed, lay on the same bed, or sat or ate together, sometimes alone and sometimes in front of many things. O infallible one, please excuse me for all your offenses.
You are the father of this complete cosmic manifestation of the moving and the non-moving. You are his worshipable truth, the supreme spiritual master. No one is equal to you, nor can anyone be one with you. How then would there be anyone greater than you? Within the three
You are the Supreme Lord to be worshipped by every living being. Thus I fall down to offer you to my respectful obeisances and ask your mercy. As a father tolerates the impudence of his son, a friend the impertinence of a friend, or a husband the criminality of his wife, please tolerate the wrongs I may have done you.
After seeing this universal form, which I have never seen before, I am saddened virgin. At the same time, my mind is disturbed with fear. Therefore, please welcome your grace upon me and revolve again to your form as the personality of Godhead. O Lord of Lords, O Abbot of the universe.
O universal form, O thousand-armed Lord, I wish to see you in your four-armed form, with helmeted head and with club, green arms and lotus flower in your hand. I long to see you in that form.
The Supreme Personality of God is said, my dear Arjuna, happily have I shown you by my intelligence this supreme universal form within the material world. No one before you has ever seen this primal form, unlimited and full of glaring features.
Oh, best of the Kuru warriors. No one before you has ever seen this universal form of mind. For neither by studying the Vedas, nor by performing sacrifices, nor by charity, nor by precious activity, nor by penance can I be seen in this form in the material world.
You have been perturbed and bewildered by seeing this horrible feature of mine. Now let it be finished. My devotee, be free again from all disturbances. With a peaceful mind, you can now see the form you desire.
Sanjay said this pastor, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna, having issued verse to Arjuna, displayed his real four-armed form and at last saw his two-armed form, thus encouraging the fearful Arjuna.
When Arjuna thus saw Krishna in his original form, he said, O Janardhan, seeing this human-like form so very beautiful, I am now composed in mind, and am restored to my original nature.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, this form of mine you are now seeing is very difficult to behold. Even the demigods are ever seeking the opportunity to see this form, which is so dear.
The form you are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, nor by undergoing serious penances, nor by charity, nor by worship. This is not by these means that one can see me as I am.
My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I be understood as I am, standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way you can enter into the mysteries of my understanding.
My dear Arjuna, he who engages in my pure devotional service, free from the contaminations of fruitive activities and mental speculation, he who works for me, who makes me the supreme goal of his life, and who is friendly to every living being, he certainly comes to me.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Devotional service.
Arjunavacha evam satatayuktaye bhakta swam paripasate yaya vyakshanam avyaktam tesham ke yoga vittamah Shri Bhaganuvacha Ayaveshamano yemam nityayukta upasate shraddhaya madayo vedas te me yukta mamataha एकमक्षरम् अनिर्देश्यम् अव्यक्तं परिभासते सर्वत्र गमचिन्त्यं च कूटस्थम् अचलं ध्रुवम् सन्नियम्येन्द्रियग्रामम् सर्वत्र समबुद्धयः ते प्राप्नुवन्ति मामेव सर्वभूतहिते रतः क्लेशोऽधिकतरेषाम् अव्यक्ता सख्यचेतसाम् अव्यक्ता हि गतिर्दुःखम् देवविघ्नवाप्यते ये तु सर्वाणि कर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्परा अनन्येनैव योगेन मां ध्यायन्ते उपासते तेषाम् अहं समुद्धर्ता मृत्युसंसारसागरात् भवामि च चिरात् पार्थ मया वेशितचेतसाम् मय्येव मना आदत्स्य मयि बुद्धिं निवेशय निवशिष्यसि मय्येव अत उद्धर्मं न संशयः अथ चित्तं समाधातु न शक्नोषि मयि स्थिरम् अभ्यासयोगेन तत्तो मामिच्छाप्तु धनञ्जय अभ्यासेन समर्थोऽसि मत्कर्म वर्णो भव मदर्थम् अपि कर्माणि कुर्वन् सिद्धिमवाप्स्यसि अथैतद्यपि शक्तोऽसि कर्तुं मद्योगामश्रितः सर्वकर्मफलत्यागं ततः कुरु यदात्मवान् श्रेयो हि ज्ञानाभ्यास ज्ञानं विशिष्यते ध्यानात् कर्मफलत्यागात् त्यागच्छान्तिरनन्तरम् अद्वेष्ट सर्वभूतानां मैत्र करुण एव च निर्ममो निरहङ्कार समदुःख सुखशमी सन्तुष्टः सततं योगी यदात्मा दृढनिश्चयः मया मनो बुद्धिर्मद्भक्तः मे प्रियः यस्मानो द्विजते लोको लोकान् द्विजते च यः हर्षामर्षो मुक्तो यश्च मे प्रियः अनपेक्षः सुचिर्दक्ष उदासीनो गतव्यथः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यो न द्वेष्टि न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न काङ्क्षति शुभाशुभपरित्यागी भक्तिमान् स मे प्रियः समक्षत्रौ च मित्रे च तथा मानापमानयो शीतोष्ण सुखदुःखेषु समसङ्गविवर्जितः सन्तुष्टो येन किञ्चित् अनिकेतस्य भक्तिमानेव प्रियो नरः ये तु धर्मामृतमिदं यथोक्तं परिपासते श्रद्धा नाम प्रियः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Inquired. Which are considered to be more perfect, those who are always properly engaged in your devotional service, or those who worship the impersonal Brahman, the unmanifested?
The Supreme Personality of Godhead says, those who fix their minds on my personal form and are always engaged in worshipping me, the great and transcendent spirit, are considered my will to be the most perfect.
But they who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of the senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed and immovable, the impersonal conception of the absolute truth, by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone. Such persons engage in the welfare of all at last achieving.
For those whose minds are actually attached to the unmanifested impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in this discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied.
But those who worship me, giving up all their unto me, and begin devoting to me without devotional engagement, in devotional service and always meditating upon me, having fixed their minds upon me, O son of Prita, for them I am the ship delivered from the ocean of
But when the just fix your mind upon it. The supreme personality is Godhead, and engage all your wisdom. Thus believe in me, always without a doubt.
My dear Arjuna, O winner of wealth, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regulated principles of Bhakti Yoga. In this way, develop a desire to attain.
If you cannot practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me, because by working for me, you will come to know the perfect stage.
However, you are unable to work in this consciousness of the being, then try to act giving up all results of your work and try to be self-situated.
If you cannot take with the practice, then engage yourself in the cultivation of knowledge. Better than knowledge, however, is meditation, and better than meditation in renunciation of the fruits of action. For by such renunciation, one can attain peace of mind.
One who is not environed but is a kind friend to all humanity, who doesn't think himself as a proprietor and is free from false ego, who is equal in both happiness and distress, who is tolerant, always satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, his mind and intelligence fixed on me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me.
He by whom no one is put into difficulty and who is not disturbed by anyone, who is deeply poised in happiness and distress, fear and anxiety, is very dear to me.
My devotee, who is not dependent on the ordinary course of activities, who is pure, expert, without cares, free from all pains and not striving for some result, is very dear to me.
One who neither rejoices or grieves, who neither laments or nor desires, and who renounces both auspiciousness and inauspiciousness things, such a devotee is very dear to me.
One who is equal to friends and enemies, who is equipoised in honor and dishonor, heat and cold, happiness and distress, fame and infamy, who is always free from contaminating association, always silent and satisfied with anything, who doesn't care for any residence, who is fixed in knowledge, and who is engaged in devotional service, such a person is very dear to me.
Those who follow this imperishable path of devotional service and who completely engage themselves with faith, making me the supreme goal, are very, very dear to me.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 13, Nature, the Enjoyer and Consciousness.
Arjuna Vacha, Prakritim Purusham Chaiva, Kshetram Kshetramaeva Cha, Etat Veditumichhami, Jnanam Geyam Cha Keshava, Shri Bhagavanu Vacha, Idam Shariram Kaunteya, Kshetram Nityabhidiyate, Etat Yoveti Tam Prahu, Kshetragya Iti Tadvita, क्षेत्रज्ञं चापि मां विद्धि सर्वक्षेत्रेषु भारत क्षेत्रज्ञयो ज्ञानं यत्तज्ज्ञानं मतं मम तत्क्षेत्रं यच्छयाति च यादृकाली यतश्च यत् स च यो यत्प्रभावश्च तत्समासेन मे शृणु ऋषिभिर्बहुधा गीतं छन्दोभिर्विविधैः पृथक् ब्रह्मसूत्रपदैश्चैव हेतुमद्भिर्विनिश्चितैः महाभूतानि अहङ्कारो बुद्धिर्व्यक्तमेव च इन्द्रियाणि दशैकं च पञ्चचेन्द्रियगोचराः इच्छा द्वेषः सुखं दुःखं सङ्घातश्चेतना धृतिः एतत् क्षेत्रं समासेन सविकारम् उदाहृतम् अहं पुण्यं अहिंसाम् आचार्योपासनं शौचं स्थैर्यमात्मनं विग्रहः इन्द्रियार्थेषु वैराग्यम् अहङ्कार एव च जन्म मृत्युजरा व्याधि दुःखदोषानुनाशनम् असक्तिर्विनिष्टभ्य पुत्रदारगृहादिषु नित्यं च समचित्तत्व विश्रानिष्ठोपदिषु मयि चानन्ययोगेन भक्तिरवचारिणी विवर्तदेशसेवित्वम् अनुकीर्तन संसदि अध्यात्मज्ञाननित्यत्वं तत्त्वज्ञानार्थदर्शनम् एतज्ज्ञानम् इति प्रोक्तम् ज्ञानं यथा प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्मामृतमश्नुते अनादिमत्परं ब्रह्म न सत्तनादृश्यते सर्वतः पाणिपादं तत् सर्वथा शिरोमुखम् सर्वतः श्रुतिमल्लोके सर्वामृतिष्ठति सर्वेन्द्रियगुणाभासं सर्वेन्द्रियविवर्जितम् असक्तं सर्वविच्चैव निर्गुणं गुणभोक्त च बहिरन्तश्च भूतानां चरमेव च सूक्ष्मत्वात् तद्विज्ञेयं दूरस्थं चातिके च तत् अविभक्तं च भूतेषु विभक्तं च स्थितिं भूतर्भृति च तद्ध्येयं ग्रसिष्णुप्रं विष्णु च ज्योतिषामपि तद्योतिर्तं स परमुच्यते ज्ञानं ज्ञेय ज्ञानगम्यम् इति सर्वस्य विशिष्टम् इति क्षेत्रं तथा ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं चोक्तं समासतः मद्भक्त एतविद्याय मद्भावोच्यते प्रकृतिं पुरुषं चैव विज्ञानादिभावपि विकारांश गुणाश्चैव विद्धि प्रकृतिसम्भवान् कार्यकारणकर्तृत्वे हेतुप्रकृतिरुच्यते पुरुष सुखदुःखानां भोक्तृत्वे हेतुरुच्यते पुरुष प्रकृतस्थो हि उक्ते प्रकृतिजान् गुणान् कारणं गुणसङ्गोऽस्य सद्गत्यो निजन्मसु उत्प्रदष्टानुमन्ता च परमेति चायुक्तो देहे यस्मिन् पुरुषः परः य एवमेति पुरुषं प्रकृतिं च गुणैः सह सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि न स्वयो विजायते ज्ञाने आत्मनि पश्यन्ति केचिदात्मानमात्मना अन्ये साङ्ख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन चापरे अन्ये द्वैतान्त श्रुत्वान्येभ्य उपासते तेऽपि जानति तन्देव मृत्युं श्रुतिपरायणः यावत् सञ्जायते किञ्चित् तत्सत्त्वं स्थावरं जगम् क्षेत्रज्ञसंयोगात् तद्विद्धि भरतर्षभ तं समरेषु भूतेषु तिष्ठन्तः परमेश्वरं विनश्य तत्स्वविशेषत्वं यः पश्यति स पश्यति समपश्यामि सर्वत्र समुपस्थितमीश्वरं न हि नस्यात्मात्मानं ततो याति परां गतिं प्रकृत्यैव च कर्माणि क्रियमाणानि सर्वशः यः पश्यति तथात्मानं कर्तारं स पश्यति यदा भूतपृथग्भावम् एकस्थानं पश्यति तदा एव च विस्तारं ब्रह्म सम्पद्यते तथा अनादित्यादिपूर्णत्वात् परमात्मायमव्ययः शरीरस्थोऽपि कौन्तेय न करोति न लिप्यते यथा सर्वगतं सौम्यम् आकाशमुपलिप्यते सर्वत्रावस्थितो देहे तदात्मानोपलिप्यते यथा प्रकाशयत्येकं कृत्स्नं लोकमिमं रविः क्षेत्रं क्षेत्री तथा कृत्स्नं प्रकाशयति भारतः क्षेत्रं क्षेत्रज्ञयोरेव अनन्तरं ज्ञानचक्षुषा भूतप्रकृतिमोक्षं च ये विदुर्यान्ति ते परम् हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Oh my dear Krishna, I wish to know about Prakriti, nature, Purusha, the enjoyer and the field and the knower of the field and of knowledge and the object of knowledge. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, this body, O son of Kunti, is called the field, and one who knows this body is called the knower of the field.
Fourth year of Devata. You should understand that I am also the knower in your body, and to understand this body and its knower is called knowledge. That is my opinion.
Now please hear my brief description of this field of activity and how it is constituted. What it changes are Whence it is produced, who that knower of the field of activity is, and what his influences are.
The knowledge of the entities and of the knower of entities is described by various sentences, various Vedic writers, especially in Vedanta, with all wisdom, cause and perfection.
The five great elements, all emotes, intelligence, and unmanifested, the sense of and the mind. The five sense objects, desire, hatred, happiness, distress, and aggregate will aggregate. The life symptoms and the conviction. All these are considered in summary the keys of happiness and interaction.
Humility, pridelessness, non-violence, tolerance, simplicity, approaching a bona fide spiritual master, cleanliness, steadiness, self-control, renunciation of the objects of gratification, absence of false ego, the perfection of the evil of birth, death, old age, and disease, detachment, freedom from entanglement, with children, wife, home, and the rest, even-mindedness, and present and unpleasant results, constant and unalloyed devotion to them, aspiring to live in a solitary place, detachment from the general mass of people, accepting the importance of self-realization and philosophical shorts of absolute truth. All these ideas live within knowledge, and besides this, whatever they may be, is ignorance.
I shall now explain the knowable knowing which you will taste the eternal Brahma, the spirit, beginningless and the subordinate to me, lies beyond the cause and effect of this material world.
Everywhere are his hands and legs, his eyes, heads and faces, and he has ears everywhere. In this way, the super soul exists, pervading everything.
The super soul is the original source of all sense. Yet he is without sense, he is unattached, although he is the mentor of all living beings. Here he transcends the modes of nature, and at the same time he is the master of all the modes of material nature.
The supreme truth exists outside and inside of all living beings, the moving and the non-moving. Because he is subtle, he is beyond the power of the material senses to see or to know. Although far, far away, he is also near to us.
Although the super soul appears to be divided among all beings, he is never divided. He is situated in as one. Although he is the maintainer of everything, as every living entity, it is to be understood that he develops and develops all.
He is the source. He is the source of light in all luminous objects. He is beyond the darkness of matter and is unmanifested. He is knowledge. He is the object of knowledge, and he is the goal of knowledge. He is situated in everyone's heart.
Thus, the field of activities, the body, knowledge, and the knowable have been summarily described by me. Only my devotees can understand this thoroughly and thus attain my nature.
Material nature and the living entities should be understood to be beginningless. Their transformations and the modes of matter are products of material nature.
Nature is said Nature is said to be the cause of all material causes and effects, whereas the living entity is the cause of various sufferings and enjoyments in this world.
The living entity in material nature thus follows the way of life, enjoying the three modes of nature. This is due to his association with that material nature. Thus, he meets with good and evil among various species.
Yet in this body, there is another, a transcendental enjoyer, who is the Lord, the supreme proprietor, who exists as the overseer and permitter, and who is known as Supersoul.
One who understands this philosophy concerning material nature, the living entity, and the interaction of modes of nature is sure to attain liberation. He will not take birth here again, regardless of his present position.
Some perceive the super soul within themselves through meditation, others through the cultivation of knowledge, and still others through working without the impulse.
Again, there are those who, although not conversant in spiritual knowledge, begin to worship the Supreme Person upon hearing about him from others. Because of their tendency to hear from authorities, they also transcend the path of birth and death.
To keep of the Bharatas, know that whatever you see in existence, both the moving and the non-moving, is only a combination of the field of activities and the knower of the world field.
One who feels the super soul equally present everywhere in every living being does not degrade himself by his mind. Thus he approaches the transcendental destination.
One who can feel that all activities are performed by the body, which is created of material nature, and sees that the self does nothing, actually sees.
In a flexible manner, between different identities due to different material bodies and simply how beings are expanded to be he attains to the Brahman Tattva.
Those who, with the vision of eternity, can see the imperishable soul is transcendental, eternal, and beyond the modes of nature. Despite contact with the material body, O Arjuna, the soul neither does anything nor is entangled.
The state within its subtle nature does not mix with anything, although it is all pervading. Similarly, the soul situated in Brahmana vision does not mix with the body or situated in that body.
O son of Bharata, as the sun alone illuminates all this universe, so does the living entity, one within the body, illuminates the entire body of consciousness.
Go to see the eyes of knowledge, the difference between the body and the knower of the body, and can also understand the process of liberation from bondage in material nature, and attain to the supreme goal.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 14, the three modes of material nature.
Shri Bhagavan Vacha Param Bhuya Pravakshami Jnananam Jnanam Uttamam Yajnatva Munaya Sarve Param Siddhimito Gataha Idam Jnanam Upashritya Mama Sadhaya Agataha Sarge Apinopajayante Pralayena Vedhanti Cha Mama Yonir Mahat Brahma Tasmin Garbham Dadamyaham Sambhava Sarvabhutanam Tato Bhavati Bharata Sarvayonishu Kaunteya Muktaya Sambhavanti Yaha Tasam Brahma Manuriyoni Aham Bija Pradambitaha Sarvamastama Iti Guna Prakriti Sambhava Nipadnanti Mahabaho Dehe Dehi Avyayam Tatra Sarvam Nibala Sarvam Prakasham Namiyam Sukha Sangena Vadanati Jnana Sangena Chanaka Rajo Ragatmakam Vidhi Krishna Sanga Samudbhavam Tanlipannati Kaunteya Karma Sangena Dehinam Tamasya Mohanam Sarvadehinam Pramada Alasya Nidravis Tanlipannati Bharata Sattvam Sukhe Sanjayati Rajah Karmani Bharata ज्ञानम् आवृत्य तु तमः प्रमादे सञ्जयत्युत रजः तमश्चाभिभूय सत्त्वं भवति भारत रजः सत्त्वं तमश्चैव तमः सत्त्वं रजस्तथा सर्वद्वारेषु देहेऽस्मिन् प्रकाशः उपजायते ज्ञानं यदा तदा विद्यात् विद्युतं सत्त्वम् इत्युते कर्मणामक्षमस्पृहा रजस्येतानि जायन्ते विविधे भरतर्षभ अप्रकाशो अविद्यश्च प्रमादो मोह एव च तस्येतानि जायन्ते विविधे कुरु नन्दन यदा सत्त्वे प्रवृद्धे तु प्रलयं याति देहभृत् तदोत्तमं विदां लोकान् आम्लान् प्रतिपद्यते रजसि प्रलयं गत्वा कर्मसङ्गिषु जायते तथा बलीनस्तांसि योनिषु जायते कर्मणः सुकृतस्याहुः सात्विकं निर्मलं फलं रजस्सुफलं दुःखं ज्ञानं सफलं तत्त्वात् जायते ज्ञानं रजसो लोभ एव च प्रमादमोहौ तमसो भवतो ज्ञानमेव च ऊर्ध्वं गच्छति सत्त्वस्थ मध्ये तिष्ठन्ति राजसा जगन्यगुणवृत्तिस्थ अधो गच्छति तामसा नान्यं पुण्यकालं यदा तिष्ठानुपश्यति गुणेभ्यश्च परं वेति मद्भावं सोऽधिगच्छति गुणानेतानितीत्यद्विन् देहे देहसमुद्भवान् जन्म मृत्युजरा देवै विमुक्तो मृतवेशिने अर्जुन उवाच भवति प्रभो श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रकाशं च प्रवृत्तिं च मोहमेव च पाण्डव न द्वेष्टि सम्प्रवृत्तानि न निवृत्तानि काङ्क्षति उदासीनवदासीनो गुणैर्यो न विचाल्यते गुणा वर्तन्ते इत्येवं यो विद्तिष्ठन्ति समः दुःखः सुखः सत्तः समलोष्टाशमकाञ्चनः तुल्यप्रिया प्रियो धीरस् तुल्यनिन्दात्मसंस्तुतिः मानापमानयोस्तुल्यः तुल्यो मित्रारिपक्षयो सर्वारम्भ परित्यागी गुणातीत स उच्यते भक्तियोगेन सेवते स गुणान् समतीत्येतान् ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मणो हि प्रतिष्ठाहम् अमृतस्यामयस्य च शाश्वतस्य च धर्मस्य सुखस्यैकान्तिकस्य च हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Again I shall declare to you and supreme wisdom, the best of all knowledge, knowing which all the sages have attained the supreme perfection."
By becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature like my God. Thus established, one is not born at the time of creation or disturbed at the time of dissolution.
The total material substance called Brahmin is the source of birth, and it is that Brahmin that impregnate, making possible the birth of all living beings, O son of Bharata.
It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunti, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving father.
Material nature consists of three modes: goodness, passion, and ignorance. When the eternal living entity comes in contact with the nature, O mighty Arjuna, he becomes conditioned by these three modes.
O sinless one, the mode of goodness, being purer than the others, is illuminating, and it frees one from all sinful reactions. Those who are situated in that mode become conditioned by the sense of happiness and knowledge.
The mode of passion is born of unlimited desires and longingness, O son of Kunti. And because of this, the embodied living entities is bound to material fruitive actions.
O son of Bharata, Know that the mode of darkness, born of ignorance, is the delusion of all embodied living entities. The results of this mode are madness, indolence, and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul.
O son of Bharata, the mode godness and the mode goodness conditions one to happiness, passion conditions one to fruitive actions and usual converting one's knowledge binds in madness, bind one in madness.
Sometimes the mode of goodness becomes prominent, defeating the modes of passion and ignorance, O son of Bharata. Sometimes the mode of passion defeats goodness and ignorance, and other times ignorance defeats goodness and passion. In this way, there is always competition for supremacy.
The
manifestation of the mode of goodness can be experienced.
Kitchen light kitchen light
by knowledge.
Chief of the Bharata, when there is an increase in the mode of passion, the sympathy of great attachment, frequent activity, intense endurance, and uncontrollable desire, and anchoring develop.
When there is an increase in the mode of ignorance, O son of Guru, darkness, inertia, madness, and illusion are manifested.
When one dies in the mode of goodness, he attains to the pure higher planets of the great cities.
When one dies in the mode of passion, he takes birth among those engaged in fruitive activities. And when one dies in the mode of ignorance, he takes birth in the animal kingdom.
The result of pious action is pure and is said to be in the mode of goodness, but action done in the mode of passion results in misery, and action performed in the mode of ignorance results in foolishness.
From the mode of goodness, real knowledge develops. From the mode of passion, greed develops, and from the mode of ignorance, develops foolishness, madness, and delusion.
Those situated in the mode of goodness gradually go upward to the higher planet. Those in the mode of passion live on the earthly planet, and those in the minimal mode of ignorance go down to the hellish world.
When one properly sees that in all activities no other performer is at work, then these modes of nature and he knows the supreme law, who is transcendental to all these modes, he attains my spiritual nature.
When the embodied being is able to transcend these three modes associated with the material body, he can become free from birth, death, old age, and their distresses, and can enjoy nectar even in this life.
Arjuna inquired, O my dear Lord, by which symptoms is one known who is transcendental to these three modes? What is his behavior and how does he transcend the mode of nature?
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O son of Pandu, he who does not hate illumination, attachment, and delusion when they are present, or long for them when they disappear, who is unwavering and undisturbed through all these reactions of the material qualities, remaining neutral and transcendental, knowing that the modes alone are active, who is situated in the self and regards alike happiness and distress, who looks upon a lump of earth, a stone, and a piece of gold with equal eye, who is equal towards the desirable and the undesirable, who is steady, situated equally when in praise and blame, honor and dishonor, who treats alike both friend and enemy, and who has renounced all material activities. Such a person is said to have transcended the mode of nature.
One who engages in full devotional service, unfailing in all circumstances, at once transcends the mode of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahma.
And I am the basis of impersonal harmony, which is immortal, imperishable, and eternal, and is the constitutional position of ultimate happiness.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 15, yoga of the Supreme Person.
वायुवाच ऊर्ध्वमूलमधः शाखम् अश्वत्थं प्राहुरव्ययम् छन्दांसि यस्य पर्णानि यस्तं वेद स वेदवित् अधश्चोर्ध्वं प्रसृतास्तस्य शाखा गुणप्रवृत्ता विषयप्रवाला अधश्च मूलानि न सन्ति तानि कर्मानुबन्धानि मनुष्यलोके न रूपमस्येह तदोपलभ्यते नान्तो न चान्दिनि न प्रतिष्ठा अश्वत्थमेन स्वविमूढमूलम् सङ्गशस्त्रेण देहेन चित्वा ततः पदं तत्परिमार्गितव्यम् यस्मिन् गता न निवर्तति भूयः तमेव चाद्यं पुरुषं प्रपद्ये यतः प्रवृत्ति प्रसिद्धानि निर्माणमोहादिसङ्गदोषा अध्यात्मनित्या विनिवृत्तकामः द्वन्द्वैर्मुक्ता सुखदुःखसङ्गैः गच्छन्त्यमूढा पदमव्ययम् न तथास्यते सूर्यो न शाङ्को न पावकः यद्गत्वा न निवर्तन्ते तद्धामं मम ममैवांशो जीवलोके देवभूता सनातनः मनः षष्ठानीन्द्रियाणि प्रकृतिस्थानि कर्षति शरीरं यद्वाप्नोति यच्चापि योगमाश्वरः गृहीत्वैतानि संयाति वायुर्गन्धानि नाशयात् श्रोत्रं चक्षुस्पर्शनं च रसनं घ्राणमेव च अधिष्ठायं मनश्चायं विषयानुपसेवते उत्क्रामन्तं वाहि मुद्रानं वा गुणान्वितं विमूढानानुपश्यन्ति पश्यन्ति ज्ञानचक्षुषः यतन्तो योगिनश्चैनं पश्यन्त्यात्मन्यवस्थितं यतन्तोऽप्यकृतात्मानो नैनं पश्यन्त्यचेतसः यदादित्यगतं तेजो जगद्भास्यते अखिलं यच्चन्द्रमसि यच्चाग्नौ तत्तेजो विधिमामकम् रामाविश्य च भूतानि धारयाम्यहमोजसा पुष्पाणि चोषधी सर्वा सोमो भूत्वा रसात्मकः अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रितः प्राणापानसमायुक्तः पञ्चामृतं चतुर्विधं सर्वस्य चाहं हृदि सन्निविष्टो मत्तः स्मृतिर्ज्ञानमोहनं च वेदैश्च सर्वैरहमेव वेद्यो वेदान्तकृतेव देव चाहं द्वाविनौ पुरुषो लोके क्षरक्षर एव च क्षरः सर्वाणि भूतानि ऊढस्थोऽक्षर उच्यते उत्तमः पुरुषस्त्वयः परमात्मेति यद्वहरः यो लोकत्रयमाविश्य ईश्वरः यस्मात् अक्षरं लीलोऽहम् अक्षरादपि चोत्तमः अतोऽस्मि लोके वेदे च प्रथितः पुरुषोत्तमः यो मामेव सम्मूढो जानति पुरुषोत्तमं स सर्वविधजनाति सर्वभावेन भारत इति गुरुतमं शास्त्रम् इदं उक्तं मया नघ एतद्बुद्ध्वा बुद्धिं स्यात् प्रकृत्यस्य भारतः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, it is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its root upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas.
Form of this tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, or where its foundation is. But with determination, one must cut down this strongly rooted tree with the effect of detachment. Thereafter, one must see that place from which, having gone, one never returns, and there surrender to that supreme personality of Godhead from whom everything began and from whom everything has extended since time immemorial. Those who are built upon using false sensations
who understand the eternal, who are done with material lust, who are freed from the duality of happiness and distress, and who, unbewildered, know how to surrender unto the Supreme Person, attain to that eternal kingdom.
Then supreme abode of mind is not limited by vibration or not by fire or electricity. Those who never enter this material world.
The living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmented son. Due to conditioned life, they are studying very hard in the six senses, which include the mind.
The living entity in the material world carries the different conception of life from one body to another, as the air carries aroma. Thus, it takes one kind of body and again twists it to another.
The living entity thus taking another gross body, obtains a different type of your eye, tongue, nose, and sense of touch, which are good about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects.
The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this.
The engineering transcendents who are situated in self-realization can see all clearly, but those whose minds are not developed and those who are not situated in self-realization cannot see what is taking place, though they may try to.
The splendor of the sun, which dissipates the darkness of this whole world, comes from me, and the splendor of the moon and the splendor of fire are also from me.
I enter into each planet, and by my energy they stay in orbit.
You both start
I
together.
become the moon and thereby give supply to all vegetables.
I am the fire of digestion in the bodies of all living entities, and I join with the air of life, outgoing and the incoming, to digest the four kinds of foodstuffs.
I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas, I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Veda.
There are two classes of beings, the cellular and intelligent. In the material world, every living entity is cellular, and in the spiritual world, every living entity is body cellular.
Besides these two, there is a greatest living personality, the Supreme Soul, the imperishable Lord Himself, who has entered the three worlds and is maintaining them.
Because I am transcendental beyond both the fallible and infallible, and because I am the greatest, I am seated both in the world and in the I am celebrated both in the world and in the Vedas as the Supreme Person.
Whoever knows me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead without doubting is the knower of everything. He therefore engages himself in full devotional service to me, O son of Bharata.
Is the most controversial part of Vedic scriptures, O sinless one, and it is disclosed now by me. Whoever understands this will become wise, and his endeavors will be perfect.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 16, the divine and the empty.
Davaschya yagyascha swadhyayastam arjavam ahimsa satyam avrodhas tyaga shantirapayshunam daya bhuteshvalo luptam madhavam hina chapalam teja kshamaditi shocham androho nati manitah भवन्ति सम्पदं देवीम् अभिजातस्य भारतः दम्भो दर्पो अभिमानश्च क्रोधपार्श्वमेव च अज्ञानं चाभिजातस्य पार्थ सम्पदमासुरीं देवीं सम्पदविमोक्षाय निबन्धाय सुरीमता माशु च सम्पदं देवीम् अभिजातोऽसि पाण्डव द्वौ भूतसर्गो लोकस्मिन् दैव आसुर एव च दैवो विस्तरशः प्रोक्त आसुरं पार्थ मे शृणु प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च जना विदुरासुरः न शौचं नापि चाचारो न सत्यमेषु विद्यते असत्यम् अपतिष्ठं ते जगत् आहुरनीश्वरम् अपरस्परं सम्भूतं वैमन्यात्मकं हेतुकम् अल्पबुद्धया प्रपद्य क्षयाय जगतो हितः कामामाश्रित्य दुष्पूरं दम्भमानमदन्वितः मोहात् गृहत्वा सद्ग्राहन् प्रवर्तन्ते शुचितः चिन्तामपरिमेयं च परयान्तामुपाश्रितः कामोपभोगपरमा एतावदिति निश्चितः आशापाशशतैर्बद्धा कामक्रोधपरायणा इहन्ते कामभोगार्थम् अनन्यार्थसञ्चयान् लब्धम् इमं प्राप्स्यसे मनोरथम् इदमस्तीदमपि मे भविष्यति पुनर्धनम् असौ मया हतः शत्रुर् हनिष्वे चापरानपि ईश्वरोऽहम् भोगी सिद्धोऽहं बलवान् सुखी आर्योऽग्रे जनवानस्मि पुण्योऽस्ति सदृशो मया यक्षे दास्यामि तोदिश्य नित्यज्ञानविमोहितः अनेकचित्तविभ्रान्ता मोहजालसमावृतः प्रसक्ता कामभोगेषु वदन्ति नरकेषु च आत्मसम्भाविता स्तब्धा धनवानमदान्वितः यजन्ते नाम यज्ञस्ते दम्भेनाविधिपूर्वकम् अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं च संश्रितः कामात्मपरदेहेषु प्रदुष्यन्तो भयसूयकः तानहं द्विषतः क्रूरान् संसारेषु नराधमान् क्षिप्रां यजस्सुभान् आसुरं योनिनापन्ना मूढा जन्मनि जन्मनि मां प्राप्यैव कौन्तेय ततो यान्त्यन्तमगतिं त्रिविधं नरकेस्येदं द्वारं नाशमात्मनः कामः क्रोधस्तथा लोभस्तस्मादेतं त्रयं त्यजेत् आचार्यात्मनः श्रेयस् ततो याति परां गतिं यः शास्त्रविधिं विधृत्य वर्तते कामकारतः न स सिद्धिमाप्नोति न सुखं न परां गतिं तस्मात् शास्त्रं प्रमाणेते कार्यकार्यव्यवस्थितौ ज्ञात्वा शास्त्रविधानेतु कर्म कर्तुं विहरसि हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे बच्चों फिर बोलूंगी करने में अकेले अकेले एंड में तुम लोग करना
Fearlessness, purification of one's existence, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, self-control, performance of sacrifice, study of the Vedas, austerity, simplicity, non-violence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, and freedom from envy and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharata, belong to godly men endowed with divine nature.
Pride, arrogance, conceit, anger, harshness, and ignorance, these qualities belong to those of demonic nature, O son of Partha.
Pritha.
of
Pritha. Kunti.
Transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation, whereas the demonic qualities make for bondage. Do not worry, O son of Pandu, for you are born with the divine qualities.
O son of Partha, in this world there are two kinds of created beings. One is called the divine and the other demonic. I have already explained to you at length the divine quality. Now hear from me of the demonic.
Those who are demonic do not know what it is to be done and what is not to be done. Neither cleanliness nor proper behavior nor truth is found in them.
They say that this world is unreal. No foundation, no God in control. They say it is produced of sex, then desire, and has no cause other than lust.
Following such conclusions, the demonic, who are lost to themselves and have no intelligence, engage in unbeneficial, horrible works meant to destroy the world.
Taking shelter of the insensible lust and absorbed in the conflict of pride and false prestige, the demoniacs, thus illusioned, are always prone to unclean work, attracted by the impermanent.
They believe that to gratify the senses is the primary necessity of human civilization. Thus, until the end of life, their anxiety is immeasurable. Bound by the network of hundreds of thousands of desires and absorbed by lust and anger, they secure money by illegal means for sense gratification.
The demonic person thinks, so much wealth do I have today, and I will gain more according to my schemes. So much is mine now, and it will increase in the future, more and more. He is my enemy, and I have killed him. My other enemies will also be killed. I am the lord of everything and the enjoyer. I'm perfect, powerful, and happy. I'm the richest man surrounded by aristocratic relatives. There is none so powerful and happy as I am. I should perform sacrifices, I should give more charity, and thus I should rejoice. In this way, such persons are deluded by
Thus perplexed by various anxieties and bound by a network of illusions. They become too strongly attached to sense enjoyment and fall down into hell.
Self-complacent and always impudent, deluded by wealth and false prestige, they sometimes proudly perform sacrifices in the name of these without following the rules and regulations.
Divided by the false egos, strength, pride, lust, and anger, the demons become envious of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is situated in their own bodies and in the bodies of others, and blaspheme against the real religion.
Those who are envious and mischievous, who are the lowest among mankind, perpetually cast into the ocean of material existence, into various demonic
attaining repeated birth amongst the species of demonic life. Such persons can never approach me. For gradually they sink down to the most abdominal type of existence.
There are three gates leading to this hell: lust, anger, and greed. Even sane man should give these up, for they lead to the degradation of the soul.
The man who has escaped these three gates of hell, O son of Kunti, performs acts conducive to self-realization and thus gradually attains the supreme destination.
He who discards scriptural injunctions and acts according to his own whims attains neither perfection, nor happiness, nor the supreme destination.
One should therefore understand what is duty and what is not duty by the regulations of the scriptures. Knowing such rules and regulations, one should act so that he may gradually be elevated. Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So we will do chapter 17 twice. Once we will do together the way we are doing, and then there are a lot of kids. They are prepared chapter 17. They will come forward and recite for us, right? So this time, yeah, you start. We all will do it. Right? Start. Continue. We do it normally the way we are doing, and then all the kids together will come forward and recite. Okay? Start.
Chapter 17, the division of fame.
अर्जुन उवाच ये शास्त्रविधिं मुत्सृज्य यजन्ते शरणान्विता तेषां निष्ठा तु का कृष्ण सत्त्वाहमजोरजस्तमः श्रीभगवानुवाच त्रिविधा भवति श्रद्धा देहिनां सा स्वभावजा सात्विकी राजसी चैव तामसी चेति तां शृणु तत्त्वानुरूपः सर्वस्य श्रद्धा भवति भारत श्रद्धामयोऽयं पुरुषो यो यच्छ्रद्धः एव सः यजन्ते सात्विका देवान् यक्षरक्षांसि राजसः प्रेतानमृतगणाश्चान्ये यजन्ते तामसा जनाः अशास्त्रविहितं घोरे तप्यन्ते ते तपो जनाः तं ब्रह्माहंकारस्य युक्तः मां चैवान्तशरीरस्थ तान् विद्यासुरनिश्चयान् आहारस्वस्य सर्वस्य त्रिविधो भवति प्रियः यज्ञस्तपस्तथा दानं तेषां भेदम् इमं शृणु आयुः सुखप्रीतिविवर्धनः रस्या स्निग्धा स्थिरा हृद्या आहारा सात्विकप्रिया तीक्ष्णविधामिना आहारा राजसर्येष्ठ दुःखशोकामयान्ता यात्यामं गतरसं च यत् उच्छिष्टमपि चामेद्यं भोजनं तामसप्रियम् अफलाकाङ्क्षी विदिष्टो यजते यक्षव्यं देवेति मनः सामान्यः स सात्विकः अभिसन्धाय तु फलं दम्भार्थम् अपि चैव यत् युज्यते भरतश्रेष्ठ तं यज्ञं विलिराजसम् विधिहीनं शिष्टानं मन्त्रहीनामदक्षिणं श्रद्धाविहीनं यज्ञं तामसं परिचक्षते देवद्विजगुरुप्राज्ञ पूजनं शौचमार्जवं ब्रह्मचर्यम् अहिंसा च शारीरं उच्यते अनुद्वेगकरं वाक्यं सत्यं प्रियहितं च यत् स्वाध्यायाभयसिं चैव वाङ्मयं न उच्यते मनः प्रसाद सौम्यत्वं मौनमात्मनिग्रहः भावसंस्कृतिमित्येतं तपोमानसमुच्यते तद्गदाभरया दग्धं सात्विकं परिचक्षते सत्कारमानपूजार्थं तपोदम्भेन चैव यत् क्रियते तदहि प्रोक्तं राजसं चलमुद्ध्रुवम् ग्राहीणात्मनो क्रियते तपः पत्स्योत्साधनार्थं वा तत्तामसमुद्रहितं दाव्यं क्रियादानं यते अनुकम्पारिणे देशे काले च पात्रे च तद्दानं सात्विकं स्मृतं यतो प्रयोजनार्थं फलं निर्दिश्य वा पुनः दीयते च परिक्लिष्टं तद्दानं राजसंशतम् अदेशकाले यद्दानं पात्रेभ्यश्च दीयते असंस्कृतम् अवागतं तत्नामं समुदाहितम् ॐ तत्सदिति निर्देशो ब्रह्मणस्पतिः स्मृतः ब्रह्मणस्तेन वेदाश्च यज्ञाश्च वेदाः पुरा तस्मात् ॐ इत्युदाहृत्य यज्ञदानं तपक्रिया प्रवर्तन्ते विधानोक्त सततं ब्रह्मवादिनं यज्ञतपक्रिया दानक्रियाश्च विविधा क्रियन्ते मोक्षकाङ्क्षिभिः तद्भावे साधुभावे च साधिने तत्प्रयुज्यते पश्यन्ते कर्मणि तथा सच्शब्द पार्थयुज्यते यज्ञे तपसि दाने च स्थिति सदिति शोचयते कर्म चैव तद्वितीयं सदित्येवाभिधीयते अश्रद्धया कृतं दत्तं तपस्तप्तं कृतं च यत् असिद्ध्यत्युच्यते पार्थ न च तत्प्रयत्नो च हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 meaning she'll start. Luther, you start the meaning. Keep on pass to the kids. For 18th chapter. For 18th chapter. For 18th chapter, pass it to kids. 18th chapter. For kids.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, according to the modes of nature applied by the embodied soul, one state can be of three kinds: that is satisfied or an ignorant. Now hear about this.
O son of Bharata, according to one's existence under the various modes of nature, one is a particular kind of state. The living being is said to be a particular state. According to the mode he has acquired.
Men in the mode of goodness worship the demigod. Those in the mode of passion worship the demons. And those in the mode of ignorance worship ghosts and spirits.
Those who undergo severe austerities and penances are not recommended in the scriptures, performing them out of pride and egoism, who are impelled by lust and attachment, who are foolish and who torture the material elements of the body as well as the super soul dwelling within, are to be known as demons.
Even the food each person prefers is of three kinds, according to the three modes of material nature. The same is true of sacrifices, austerities, and charity. Now here are distinctions between them.
Food should bear to those in the mode of goodness, increasing the duration of life, purify one's existence, and give strength, health, happiness, and certificates. Certificates. Such foods are juicy, fatty, wholesome, and pleasing to the heart.
Foods that are too bitter, too sour, salty, hot, pungent, dry, and burning are dear to those in the mode of passion. Such foods cause distress, misery, and disease.
Sacrifices.
Food prepared
Food that are too better. This one. Food prepared more than 3 hours before being eaten. Food that is tasteless, decomposed, and and food consisting of remnants and untouchable things is dear to those in the mode of darkness.
Of sacrifices, the sacrifice performed according to the directions of scripture as a matter of duty by those who desire no reward is of nature of goodness.
But the sacrifice performed for some material benefit or for the sake of pride, O chief of the Bharatas, you should know to be in the mode of passion.
Any sacrifice performed without regard for the directions of scripture, without distribution of prasadam, spiritual food, without chanting of Vedic hymns and remuneration to the priests, and without faith is considered to be in the mode of ignorance.
Austerity, this body consists in worship of the Supreme Lord. The Brahmins, the spiritual masters, the superiors like the father and the mother, and is in cleanliness, simplicity, celibacy, and non-violence.
Austerity of speech consists in speaking words that are truthful, pleasing, beneficial, and not agitating to others and also in regularly reciting Vedic literature.
And satisfaction, simplicity, gravity, self-control, and purification of one's existence are the austerities of mind.
This threefold austerity performed with the transcendental faith by men, not expecting material benefit, but engaged only for the sake of the supreme, is called austerity in goodness.
Penance performed out of light and for the sake of gaining respect, honor, and worship is said to be in the mode of passion. It is neither stable nor permanent.
Penance performed out of foolishness, with self-torture, or to destroy or injure others, it is said to be the mode of ignorance.
Charity given out of duty without expectations of return at the proper time and place and to a worthy person is considered to be the mode of goodness.
But charity performed with the expectation of some return or with a desire for fruitive results or in a grudging mood is said to be charity in the mode of passion.
And charity performed in an impure place at an improper time to unworthy persons or without proper attention and respect is said to be in the mode of ignorance.
From the beginning of creation, the three words Om Tat Sat were used to indicate the supreme absolute truth. These three symbolic representations were used by Brahmins while chanting the hymns of the Vedas and during sacrifices for the satisfaction of the Supreme.
Therefore, transcendentalists undertaking performance of sacrifice, charity, and penance in accordance with scriptural regulations begin always with Om to attain the Supreme.
Without desiring spiritual results, one should perform various kinds of sacrifice, penance, and charity with the world help. The purpose of such transcendental activities is to get free from material enjoyment and entitlement.
The absolute truth is the objective of devotional sacrifice, and it is indicated by the word Sat. The performer of such sacrifice is also called Sat, as are all works of sacrifice, penance, and charity, which, true to the absolute nature, are performed to please the Supreme Person, O Son of Pita.
Anything done as sacrifice, charity, or finance without faith in the Supreme, O Son of Krishna, is impermanent. It is called asat, and it is useless both in this life and the next.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 18. Conclusion of the perfection of renunciation.
Arjuna Vacha
Sannyasasya Mahabaho Tatvamicchami Veditum Tyagasya cha Hrishikesha Vitakeshi Nishudana Sri Bhagavan Vacha Kamyanam Karmanam Nyasam Sannyasam Kavayo Viduhu Sarva Kalma Paratyagam Prahustyagam Vichakshanaha Tyajam Doshavadyeke Karma Prahurmanishanaha Yagyadana Tapah Karma Na Tyajyam Iti Chapare Nishchayam Shrudu Me Tatra Tyage Bharata Sattama Tyago Hi Purusha Vyaghra Trividha Samprakrititaha Yagyadana Tapah Karma Na Tyajyam Kalyameva Tat Yajyodanam Tapaschaiva Paramyani Manishinam Etani tu Karmani Sangam Tyakva Phalani Cha Kartavyani Ti Me Partha Nishchitam Matamuttamam Niyatasya tu Sannyasa Karmano Nomupadyate Mohatasya Vaityagas Tamasa Parikirtitaha Dukham Ityetvat Karma Karaklesha Vayadyate Sakritva Rajasam Tyagam Naiva Tyagaphalam Labhet Kalyam Ityeva Yat Karma Yedante Kriyatarjuna Sangam Yaksva Phalam Chaiva Syajaga Satviko Mata Nadveshya Kushalam Karma Kushalena Nushyate Yagi Sattva Samavishto Medhavi Sanchaya Nani Dehe Pita Shakyam त्यक्तुं कर्मण्येषतः यस्तु कर्मफलत्यागी स त्यागीत्यभिधीयते अनिष्टं विनिष्टं मिश्रं त्रिविधं कर्मणः फलं भवत्यज्ञानिना प्रीत्य न तु सन्न्यासिनां क्वचित् प्रयुज्यैतानि महाबाहो कारणानि निबोध मे साङ्ख्ये कृतान्ते प्रोक्तानि सिद्धे सर्वकर्मणाम् अधिष्ठानं तथा कर्ता करणं च पृथग्विधम् विविधाश्च पृथक् चेष्टा दैवं चैवात्र पञ्चमम् शरीरवाङ्मनोभिर्यक् कर्म प्रारभते नरः न्यायं वा विपरीतं वा पश्यन्ते तस्य हेतवः तत्रैवं सति कर्तारम् आत्मनं केवलं तु यः पश्यत्य कृतबुद्धित्वान् यस्य नाहं कृतो भावो बुद्धिरस्य न लिप्यते हत्वापि स इमान् लोकान् न हन्ति न निबध्यते ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं परिज्ञाता त्रिविधा कर्म चोदना करणं कर्म कर्तेति त्रिविधा कर्म संग्रह ज्ञानं कर्म च कर्ता च त्रिधैव गुणभेदतः रोचयेत गुणसाङ्ख्ये याथवश्यतान्यपि सर्वभूतेषु येनैकं भावम् अव्यवीक्षते अविभक्तं विभक्तेषु तज्ज्ञानं विधि सात्विकम् पृथक्त्वेन तु यज्ज्ञानं नानाभावान् पृथग्विधान् वेति सर्वेषु भूतेषु तज्ज्ञानं विधि राजसम् यत्तु कृष्णत्वदेकं कार्यं सततमहैकम् अतर्थात्मकं तथा अनुदाहृतं नियतं संग्रहितं रागदेशतकृतम् अपलप्रेप्सुना कर्म यत्तत् सात्विकम् उच्यते यत्तु कामेप्सुना कर्म साहङ्कारेण वा पुनः क्रियते बहुलायासं तद्राजसमुदाहृतम् अनुबन्धस्वयं हिंसाम् अनशेन पौरुषं मोहादारभ्यते कर्म यत्तामुच्यते मुक्तसङ्गो अहंवादी तृतीयोऽहः समन्वितः सिद्ध्यसुविकारः कर्ता सात्विक उच्यते रागी कर्मफलं प्रेप्सुर् लुब्धो हिंसात्मको शुचिः हर्षशोकान्विता कर्ता राजसः परिकीर्तितः अयुक्तः प्राकृतः स्तब्धः शठो नैकृष्टोलकसः विषादी दीर्घसूत्री च कर्ता तामस उच्यते बुद्धिर्भेदं कृतेश्चैव गुणस्त्रिविधं शृणु रोच्यमानशेषेण पृथक्त्वेन धनञ्जय प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च कार्यकार्ये भयाभये बन्धं मोक्षं च यो वेति बुद्ध स पार्थ सात्विकी यया धर्मम् अधर्मश्च कार्यं च कार्यमेव च अयभावति बुद्धि सा पार्थ राजसी अधर्मं धर्म इतीयां मन्यते तं सामृता सर्वार्थान् विविक्ताश्च बुद्धि सा पार्थ तामसी विद्याया धारयते मन प्राणेन्द्रिय क्रिया योगिना व्यभिचारिण्या धृति सा पार्थ सात्विकी यया तु धर्मार्थान् विद्या धार्यते अर्जुन प्रसंगेन फलाकांक्षी धृति सा पार्थ राजसी यया स्वप्नं भयं शोकं विषादं मदमेव च न विमुच्यति दुर्मेधा धृति सा पार्थ तामसी सुखं दुःखानि त्रिविधं शृणु मे भर्तर्षभ अभ्यासद्रमते यत्र दुःखान्तं च निगच्छति यत्तग्रे विषमिव परिणामयुक्तोपमं तत् सुखं सात्विकं प्रोक्तम् आत्मबुद्धिप्रसादजं विषयेन्द्रियसंयोगात् यत्तग्रेवृतोपमं परिणामे विषमिव तत्सुखं राजसंस्मृतं यद्यग्रे चानुबन्धेन सुखमोहनमात्मनः निद्रालस्य प्रमादोत्थं ततमात्मदाहृतं न तदस्ति पृथिवां वा देवी देवेषु वा पुनः सत्त्वं प्रकृतिर्जयमुक्तं येभिः स्याद्भिर्गुणैः ब्राह्मणक्षत्रियविषा शूद्राणां च परन्तप कर्माणि प्रविभक्तानि स्वभावप्रभवैर्गुणैः शमोदमस्तमश्चैषं शान्तिराजवमेव च ज्ञानं विज्ञानमस्ति दिव्यं ब्रह्म कर्म स्वभावजम् शौर्यं तेजो धृतिर्दाक्ष्यं युद्धे चाप्यपलायनं दानमीश्वरं भावश्च शास्त्रं कर्म स्वभावजम् ऋषि गौरवाणिज्य वैश्य कर्म स्वभावजम् परिचर्यात्मकं कर्म शूद्रस्यापि स्वभावजम् स्वे स्वे कर्मण्यभिरतः संसिद्धिं लभते नर स्वकर्मण्यनिरतः सिद्धिं यथा विन्दति तच्छृणु यतः प्रवृत्तिर्भूतानां येन सर्वं इदं ततं स्वकर्मणात्मनिश्चय सिद्धिं विन्दति मानवः श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वदुष्टात् स्वभावनियतं कर्म कुर्वाणां प्रभुति किल्बिषम् सहजं कर्म कौन्तेय सदोषमपि न त्यजेत् सर्वारम्भ हि दोषेण धूमेनाग्निरिवावृता असक्त बुद्धि सर्वत्र जितात्मा विगतस्पृह नैष कर्म सिद्धिं परमां संन्यासेनाधिगच्छति सिद्धिं प्राप्तो यथा ब्रह्म तथाप्नोति निबोध मे समासेनैव कौन्तेय निष्ठा ज्ञानस्य व्यापरा बुद्ध्या विशुद्ध्या युक्तो धृत्यात्मानं नियम्य च शब्दादीन विषयां सत्य रागदेषु सिद्धिश्च विविक्तसेवी लग्वाशी यद्वाक्काय मानसः ध्यानयोगपरो नित्यं वैराग्यं समुपाश्रितः अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्मम शान्तो ब्रह्मभूया कल्पते ब्रह्मभूता प्रसन्नात्मा न शोचति न काङ्क्षति समः सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्भक्तिं लभते परां भक्त्या मामभिजानाति यावन्निच्छासि तत्त्वतः ततो मा तत्त्वतो ज्ञात्वा विष्टे तदनन्तरं सर्वकार्याण्यपि सदा कुर्वाणो मद्व्याप्तः मत्प्रसादात्माप्नोति शाश्वतं पदमव्ययम् चेतसा सर्वकर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्परः बुद्धियोगम् उपाश्रित्य मच्चित्तः सततं भवः मच्चित्तः सर्वदुर्गाणि मत्प्रसादात् शिष्यसि अध चेतोऽहङ्कारं शोष्यसि न वियंक्षसि यथाहङ्कारमाश्रित्य नायोत्स्यमिति मन्यसे मिथ्येष्व व्यवसायस्ते प्रकृतिस्त्वां नियोक्ष्यति स्वभावजेन कौन्तेय निबद्धः स्वयेन कर्मणा कर्तुं नेच्छसि यं मोहात् करिष्यसि स्वशोत्तत् ईश्वर सर्वभूतानां निदेश अर्जुन तिष्ठति नाविन्य सर्वभूतानि यदन्नं मायया तमेव शरणं गच्छ सर्वभावेन भारत तत्प्रसादात् परां शक्तिं स्थानं प्राप्स्यसि शाश्वतम् इति ते ज्ञानमाख्यातम् भूयात् भूयतरं मया विमिष्येतद्दर्शेन यथेच्छसि तथा कुरु तनुगत्युत्तमं भूयः शृणु मे परमं वचः इष्टोऽसि मे दृढमिति ततो वक्ष्यामि ते हितं मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वैश्यसि सत्यं ते प्रतिजाने प्रियसोऽसि सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वां सर्वपापेभ्यो मोक्षयिष्यामि इदं ते नातपस्काय न भक्त्या कदाचन न चाशुष्वेव वाक्यम् य इदं परमं गुह्यं मद्भक्तेष्वभिधास्यति भक्तिं मयि परां कृत्वा मामे वैश्यति संशयः न च तस्मात् मनुष्येषु कश्चिन् मे प्रियकृतमः भविता न च मे तस्मात् अन्यः प्रियतरो भुवि अध्येष्यते च इमं धर्मं संवादमावयो ज्ञानयज्ञेन तेन इष्टम् स्यामिति मे मतिः श्रद्धावान् मनसुयश्च शृणुयादपि न्यूनरः सोऽपि मुक्तः लोकान् प्राप्नुयात् पुण्यकर्मणां यदि पार्थ तद्वेगाग्रेण चेतसा कश्चित् ज्ञानसम्मोहः प्रदर्शस्तेन धनञ्जय नष्टो मोहस्मृतिर्लब्धः तत्प्रसादान्मयाच्युत स्थितो करिष्ये वचनं तया सञ्जय उवाच इत्यहं वासुदेवस्य पाठस्य च महात्मनः संवादम् इमं श्रोतुम् अद्भुतं रोमहर्षणम् साधुच्छेत्तुं योगं योगेश्वर कृष्णात् साक्षात् कथयन्त स्वयं राजन् संस्कृत्य संस्कृत्य संवादमिममद्भुतम् केशवार्जुनयो पुण्यम् इष्यामि च मुहुर्मुहुः विस्मयो मे महाराजन् इष्यामि च पुनः पुनः यत्र योगेश्वरः कृष्णो यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धरः तत्र श्रीविजयो मूर्तिर्मतिर्मम हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Arjuna said, O mighty armed one, I wish to understand the purpose of the renunciation, Tyaga, and the renounced order of life, Sannyasa, O killer of the Keshi demon, master of the senses.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the giving up of activities that are based on material desire is what great learned men call the renounced order of life, sannyasa. The giving up the result of all activities is what the wise call the renunciation, tyaga.
Some learned men declare that all kinds of fruitive activities should be given up as faulty. Yet others say maintain that act of sacrifice, charity, and penance should never be abandoned.
O best of the Bharatas, now hear my judgment about renunciation. O tiger among metals, renunciation is declared in the scriptures to be of three kinds.
Acts of sacrifice, charity, penance are not to be given up. They must be performed. You need sacrifice, charity, and penance to purify even the great souls.
All these activities should be performed without attachment or any expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty. O son of Partha, this is my final opinion.
It's like this duty should never be pronounced if one gives up his prescribed duty because of delusion. Such renunciation is said to be in the mode of ignorance.
Anyone who gives up prescribed duties as troublesome or out of fear of bodily discomfort is said to have renounced in the mode of passion. Such action never leads to the elevation of renunciation.
O Arjuna, when one performs his prescribed duty only because it ought to be done and renounce all material occasions and all association and all attachment to the truth. His renunciation is said to be the mode of goodness.
The intelligent renouncers situated in the mode of goodness, neither hateful or inauspicious work nor attached to auspicious work, has no doubts about work.
It is indeed impossible for an embodied being to give up all activities, but he who renounces the fruits of action is called one who has truly renounced.
For one who is not renounced, the threefold fruits of action, the desirable, undesirable, and moved, accrue after death. But those who are in the renounced order of life have no such result to suffer or enjoy.
O mighty Arjuna, according to the Vedanta, there are 5 causes for the accomplishment of all actions. Now learn of these from me.
The place of action, the body, the performer, the various sense, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the super soul. These are the 5 factors of action.
Whatever right or wrong action a man performs by body, mind, or speech is caused by these 5 factors.
Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are.
One who is not motivated by false ego, whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills men in this world, does not kill, nor is he bound by his actions.
Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower are the 3 factors that motivate action. The senses, the work, and the doer are the 3 constituents of action.
According to the that knowledge, according to the three different modes of material nature, there are three kinds of knowledge: action and performer of action. Now hear of them from me.
That knowledge by which one undivided spiritual nature is seen in all living entities, though they are divided into innumerable forms, you should understand to be in the mode of goodness.
And that knowledge by which one is attached to one kind of work as the all in all, without knowledge of the truth, and which is very meager, is said to be in the mode of darkness.
That action which is regulated and which is performed without attachment, without love or hatred, and without desire for fruitive results is said to be in the mode of goodness.
But action performed with great effort by one seeking to gratify his desires and enacted from the sense of all people is called action in the mode of passion.
That action performed in illusion, in disregard or scripture injunctions, and without concern for future bondage or for violence and distress caused to others is said to be in the mode of ignorance.
One who performs his duty without associating with the mode of material nature, without impulse, ego, with the faith, belonging and enthusiasm, and without residue in success or failure, is said to be worker in the mode of goodness.
The worker who is attached to work and the fruit of work, desiring to enjoy those fruits, and who is greedy, always impure and moved by joy and sorrow. This is said to be in the mode of passion.
The worker who is always engaged in work against the injections of the scripture, who is materialistic, obstinate, cheating, and expert in insulting others, and who is lazy, always moral, and procrastinating, is said to be a worker in the mode of ignorance.
O winner of wealth, now please listen as I tell you in detail of the different kinds of understanding and determination according to the three modes of material world, nature.
The son of Partha, that understanding by which one knows what ought to be done and what ought not to be done, what is to be feared and what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating is the mode of goodness.
O son of Partha, the understanding which cannot distinguish between religion and irreligion, between action that should be done and action that should not be done, is in the mode of passion.
Right? Understanding it considers irreligion to be religion and religion to be irreligion under the spell of illusion and darkness, and strives always in the wrong direction, O Parth, is in the mode of ignorance.
O son of son of Vita, that determination which is unbreakable, which is sustained with steadfastness by yoga practice, and which thus controls the activities of the mind and the life and senses in determination in the most of goodness, in the mode of goodness.
But the determination by which one holds fast to fruity results in relation, economic development, and sense gratification is of the nature of passion, O Arjuna.
And that determination which cannot go beyond dreaming, fearfulness, lamentation, moroseness, and illusion, such unintelligent determination, O son of Pritha, is in the mode of darkness.
O best of Bharatas, now please hear from me about the three kinds of happiness by which the conditioned souls enjoy, and by which he sometimes come to the end of all distress.
That which is in the beginning may be just like poison, but at the end it's just like nectar, which awakens one to self-realization is said to be happiness in the mode of goodness.
That happiness which is derived from contact of the senses with their objects, and which appears like nectar at first but poisons at the end, is said to be of the nature of passion.
And that happiness which is blind to self-realization, which is delusion from the beginning to end, and which arises from sleep, laziness, and illusion, is to be said of the nature of ignorance.
It is no being existing either here or among the demigods in the higher planetary systems, which is freed from these three modes born of material nature.
Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras are distinguished by the qualities born of their own nature in accordance with the material modes, O chastiser of the enemy.
Peacefulness, self control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom, and religiousness. These are the natural qualities by which the Brahmins work.
Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in battle, generosity in leadership are the natural qualities of work for the Kshatriyas.
Farming, co-production, and business are the natural work for the Vaishyas. And for the Shudras, there are labor and service to others.
By following these qualities of work, every man can become perfect. Now please hear from me how this can be done.
By worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all pervading, a man can attain perfection performing his own work.
Endeavor is covered by some salt, just as fire is covered by smoke. Therefore, one should not give up the work born of this nature. O son of Kunti, even if such work is full of fault.
One who is self-controlled and unattached and who disregards all material enjoyments can obtain by practice of renunciation the highest perfect stage of freedom from reaction.
Learn from me how one who has achieved this perfection can attain to the supreme perfection of the Brahman, the stage of highest knowledge, by acting in the way I shall now summarize.
Being purified by this intelligence and controlling the mind with determination, giving up the objects of sense gratification, being freed from attachment and hatred, one who lives in a secluded place, who eats little, who controls his body, mind and power of speech, who is always in trance, and who is detached, free from false ego, false strength, false pride, lust, anger, and acceptance of material things, free from false proprietorship, and peaceful. Such a person is certainly elevated to the position of self-realization.
Brahma and become fully joyful. He never lamented or declared to have anything. He is equally disposed towards every living entity. In that case, he against pure devotional service unto it.
One can understand me as I am, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, only by devotional service. And when one is in full consciousness of me by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God.
Though engaged in all kinds of activities, my pure devotional and our protection reaches the eternal and imperishable abode by my glory.
In all activities, just depend upon me and work always under my protection. In such devotional service, be fully conscious of me.
If you become conscious of me, you will pass over all obstacles of conditioned life by my grace. If, however, you do not work in such consciousness, but act through false ego, not hearing me, you will be lost.
If you do not act according to my direction and do not fight, then you will falsely direct. By your nature, you will have to be engaged in what work.
Under illusion, you are now declining to act according to my direction, but compelled by the work born of your own nature, you will act the same.
The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is uh, directing the wanderings of all living entities who are seated in our machine mode of the material energy.
O sign of Bharata, surrender unto him utterly. By his grace, you will attain transcendental peace and the supreme and eternal abode.
Thus I have explained to you the knowledge still more confidential. Deliberate on this fully, and then do what you want, what you wish to do.
Because you are my very dear friend, I am speaking to you, my supreme instruction, the most confidential knowledge of all. Hear this from me, for it is your beneficial.
Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me, offer me a homage unto me. Thus you will become me without fail. I promise you this because you are my very dear.
Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear.
This confidential knowledge may never be explained to those who are not austere or devoted or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of people.
For one who explains the supreme secret to the devotee, your devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end he will come back to me.
There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear.
And one who listens with faith. And I declare that he who studies this sacred conversation of our worship me by his intelligence.
And one who listens with faith and without envy becomes free from sinful reactions and attains to the auspicious planets where the pious dwell.
O son of Pritha, O conqueror of wealth, have you heard this with an attentive mind? And are your ignorance and illusions now dispelled?
Arjun said, My dear Krishna, O infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy. I am now firm and free from doubt, and I am prepared to act according to your instructions.
Sanjay said, Thus have I heard the conversation of two great souls, Krishna and Arjun. And so wonderful is that message that my hair is standing on the end.
By the mercy of Vyasa, I have heard these most confidential thoughts directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who was speaking personally to.
Okay, as I repeatedly recall this wondrous and holy dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure being thrilled at every moment.
O King, as I remember the wonderful form of Lord Krishna, I am struck with wonder more and more, and I rejoice again and again.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. With this, we have successfully completed the reading of all the 18th chapter. I don't know how much wrong mistakes we would have done. So let us say three words, and so that Krishna he pardons us. And then all the kids, you can come forward. All the 17th chapter kids, you can come forward. You all are going to recite here. Okay. So let's say Om Achyutaya Namaha.
Om Achyutaya Namaha.
Om Govindaya Namaha.
Om Govindaya Namaha.
Om Gopal Namaha.
Om Gopal Namaha.
Om Achyutam Govindam Gopalam 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 Namaha.
So we beg Krishna to excuse us for whatever mistakes we would have done during reading, whatever, all the mistakes that we have done, just to excuse us for that. Thank you. And now we will listen. I know. Have prasadam then go. Just give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I'm just giving prasad.